CYBATHLON, where skillful pilots team up with new technologies to accomplish stunning things.
CYBATHLON macht glücklich.
우리가 포기할 수 있는 일들을 가능하게 만들어 줍니다.
Ihr trettet mit und gegeneinander an.
Teams from countries around the globe fight to win the competition. Which team will present the smartest technology? And who has the best pilot? CYBATHLON competitions include 8 disciplines. They all call for skill, precision, concentration, and endurance. Robotic wheelchairs climb stairs. Prosthetic arms feel out and pick up hidden objects. And exoskeletons let paralyzed legs walk again. Intelligent assistive technologies help simplify the everyday lives of people with disabilities. Technology, competitive spirit, emotions. CYBATHLON is all of that.
Hello and welcome to this third and final day of the Global Series of CYBATHLON 2024. And what an event this is, so unique, so special, so full of purpose. It brings together the power of sport, everything that we love about sport, with the most compelling human stories and the advancements of technology with the sole purpose of improving the lives of those living with disabilities. The idea of CYBATHLON originated from ETH Zurich. That is the tech university in the heart of the city, and we'll be speaking to one of the professors very soon. For this week only, though, the Swiss arena in the outskirts here in Kloten has been transformed into a CYBATHLON arena, and usually spectators would come and enjoy ice hockey, but they get to enjoy 8 disciplines. We've got 67 teams competing from 26 countries around the world. This is a global event. And in keeping with equality and with inclusion, the teams have the option of competing in their local hubs, be that Seoul, be that Vancouver, be that South Africa, or they have the option of competing here on the track inside the Swiss arena in Kloten. As I mentioned, it is the third and final day, and we've had incredible stories, so much activity, so much competition. It has been breathtaking. Let's look at the highlights from yesterday.
Emotions ran high at the final of the leg prosthesis race. Andrea Modica won the gold medal after a blistering run in the final. He dedicated his victory to runner-up Flavio Caccero.
For me, he's the winner. Because I am young, he's a little bit older, and for me he's the winner.
The winner of the FES final was Hun-Sub Lim from South Korea. Peter van Berg crossed the finish line just 3 seconds behind.
Well, I give so much adrenaline, so yeah, time seems to go a bit shorter, so you got the time to really try and do your best.
In the arm final, Nicolas Huchet scored 80 points and was on his way to gold until Min Zhu from China came along. The pilot of the team hands-on was under a lot of pressure, but Min Zhu completed the final task successfully, scoring 90 points to take the gold medal home. Another golden man was Matthias Atzenhofer. The German Team Edan pilot tried to get a perfect run, but 90 points was also enough to place him at the top of the podium. In the wheelchair race, Canadian Jamie Borisov had a perfect first run, scoring maximum points in just 7 minutes. Boris and his BCI Teammate Plus team will be in the wheelchair final today. In the first qualifying race of the Vision Assistance race, Hungarian Peter Soliok was the best. The iRider pilot improved significantly in his second run, scoring 60 points, and will most likely take part in the final of the Vision's Assistant race today. In the brain-computer interface race, we saw the second and the third qualifying runs yesterday. Philip and his team Pit Crew from the USA scored 100 points.
BCI in a whole is incredible, and the technology that the University of Pittsburgh is developing is like next level.
Philip will be joined in the final by Francesco Petella from Italy, Filippo Boldrin from Italy and Owen Cullen from Ireland.
We are now joined by Nikki Venderoff from ETH Zurich, who is a professor at the university and she's an expert on all things BCI. And actually, we were just looking at that video and I was like, I have to speak to you about Philip and what we saw there in the technology and the advancement there of having it implanted in your brain.
Yeah, it makes a big difference because it's actually quite difficult to record brain activity through the skull. You know, the skull is protecting our brain from damage, but it's also preventing us from really reading a good signal. So what Phil is doing, he has an implant in his brain and you can listen to the neurons as I would listen to you, and these neurons are saying left, right, forward, backward, and it's a beautiful control. If you have an BCI where you have to measure activity from the outside, you know, that is like people talking into another room and you are listening through the wall and there's a lot of noise around you. So it's very hard to understand what does the pilot want to communicate to the BCI game.
That's so interesting. We saw the impact of that because Philip was, the commands looked stronger as a result. He was going through the activity with passes so quickly. And I imagine also being in the arena then and the noise of the arena also impacts that sound. It's diluting it even further.
Exactly, and you know, it's not only the sound, it's also the electromagnetic noise, if you like, because we are trying to record electrical signals from the brain, at least all BCIs we see here. And that is very, very difficult with all the technologies around. So that's the one thing, and then as you say, just the nervousness, people around. So that's a difficult situation. And you know, also one command is do nothing. And you know, if you try to think left, you can try harder. But if you have to do nothing, it's very hard to try harder to do nothing.
It's like when someone says relax and you are full of adrenaline. You're like, it's the most ridiculous command in the heat of the moment. What does that mean then for the other teams? Is the future more about the implants? Is that where the technology is going?
Yeah, it really depends what you would like to do with the technology. So what we see here, these are pilots and they are very disabled, right? So for them, they need a BCI to really regain some of their function and to be functional in daily life. And I think for that, I mean, really, when you have highly disabled people, there might be a future in more implanted BCIs. But don't forget, you need brain surgery to do that. So that is not the nicest thing to have. So if this is not necessary, we try to avoid it, obviously. Now, there's another use for BCIs, and that is where you have other patients that want to recover their function. For example, if you have a stroke, right? And there, probably the non-invasive BCIs that you use from the outside, that is a much better option for these patients because they try to recover from a brain lesion and you don't want to stick something into their brain on top of that.
That's so interesting. I mean, and then it's purely independent, isn't it? And where you want to go, an individual to what that future may look like. But the most impressive thing is whether it's invasive or non-invasive, the future looks much brighter in what BCI can bring to these people's lives.
Well, I think we are expecting really another gain in the technology itself, reading from the brain, but also in the analysis methods. I mean, we all know AI is now getting a big push. We still have to wait and see what is that doing for the BCI world, being it invasive or non-invasive. And I would say the next 10 years will show what's possible.
It's really exciting. Here on CYBATHLON, you feel like you're on the brink of seeing what is the future, particularly for BCI. How important is this event?
I think it's fantastic, you know, to bring that out more into the public at the one hand, so people are becoming more aware. And that also includes patients who are suddenly becoming aware of what would be possible, right? And right now this is still experimental, so not everybody has access. But at least it helps to see, okay, there might be an alternative to, you know, being highly disabled and not able to participate in society. But of course, at the other hand, there are the developers, right? And this is really about not sticking in your ivory tower, but making it available to people in the real world, bringing it from the lab into the real world. And that is another aspect that I think is so important for really boosting translation.
Yeah. And I think, again, CYBATHLON, the benefit of that has been huge. We've seen it in other disciplines where we were watching the wheelchair race yesterday and the importance of it being user-centric. And actually, loads of the other disciplines, the pilots were saying the same. It needs to be this back-and-forth communication and collaboration. And I think CYBATHLON just creates that community.
Exactly, because, you know, we are always a little bit in our silos, right? And but if we want to bring our cool tech into the world and let it do something that matters, right? Not writing a paper, but something that really matters in life. I think we need events like that to do exactly that. User-centric design and also tuning it to solve tasks that are really relevant in life.
Exactly. This is a sporting competitions, but it's everyday task and getting that similarity and resemblance, because that's in part what it's all about. It's about inclusivity.
Exactly, and I think that is also the nice vision that CYBATHLON is now transporting in a very accessible way and also very visible, I mean, not only to you and me, but to the world, and that's fantastic.
Nikki, thank you so much for your company. Nikki's been so busy, you haven't been able to watch a lot of the action. You'll get to see it today. We have got Exoskeleton about to come up. We've got the Vision Assistance Race. Nikki, thank you so much for your company. But first of all, let's remind ourselves all things exoskeleton. Here's the explainer.
Let's take a look at the next CYBATHLON discipline, the Exoskeleton Race. Robotic exoskeletons are devices that allow people with paraplegia to stand upright and walk. The teams have to complete 10 tasks in total. One task is to carry a box to a specific location in their exoskeleton. Then they must navigate through furniture while avoiding collisions with roaming robots. Now we're stepping it up a notch. The pilots must navigate a random sequence of wooden boxes of various heights and lengths. Next, the pilots must perform a series of upper extremity tasks in a kitchen environment while wearing their exoskeleton. For each task completed, the pilots earn 10 points. Those who score the most points in the best time are ranked first. The time limit is 10 minutes.
Okay, so now you know how it works. Let's introduce your commentators today. Bex Williams is now joined by Mikael Sommerhelder.
Yes, Abby, good morning. Thank you very much for the welcome. Michael's alongside me here. We're ready to go.
Yes, we're very excited.
We are.
These diverse devices.
Very diverse devices in the exoskeleton race. And Michael is going to be explaining a lot about the technology that we're going to be seeing. And of course, we'll be learning about the pilots as well. And we have a myriad of teams competing in exoskeleton. So let's take a look at some of the teams' lineup for this first qualifying session in exoskeleton. It's going to be an exciting final day here at CYBATHLON, and we do have Project March here in the arena. Keist and Chiang Mai Exo 1 will be at the remote hubs. So we found the teams. Let's learn a little bit more about the pilots.
The true global nature of the CYBATHLON here demonstrated by the team all the way in Chiang Mai, Thailand. We welcome team Chiang Mai University Exo 1 and their pilot, Forchong Sayudongsin.
ก่อนอุบัติเหตุก็เป็นนักกีฬาจักรยานเลยครับแล้วก็ช่วงที่ฝึกซ้อมเนี่ยก็ประสบอุบัติเหตุอยู่ที่จังหวัดบ้านเกิดก็คือจังหวัดพะเยาครับเป็นช่วงลงเขามาครับแล้วก็ออกจากโค้งมาแล้วมีหิน1ก้อนใหญ่ๆครับ
หุ่นยนต์ตัวเดิมของเราที่ได้พัฒนามานะครับก็คือมีการเคลื่อนที่สะโพกกับหัวเข่าแต่จากกติกาการแข่งขันในปี 2024 เนี่ยมันต้องมีการเคลื่อนที่หุ่นยนต์เนี่ยควรจะต้องมีความสามารถเคลื่อนที่ไปด้านข้าง
ทุกวันนี้ที่ยังทำงานอยู่ในวงการจักรยานอยู่เนี่ยก็ช่วยน้องๆรุ่นใหม่ให้เขาขึ้นมาแบบเก่งครับแล้วก็อยากเป็นพลังบวกให้กับ
And on track 2, they've brought a massive crew here to support them. All the way from the Netherlands, we welcome Project March and pilot Dan van der Heyden.
Ik heb een dwarslezing sinds oktober 2017. Ik ben gevallen met een off-the-road rit met een motor met 20 km per uur. En ondanks alle protectie die ik aan had, toch een dwarslezing opgelopen. En sindsdien kan ik niet meer lopen. Ik ben nauw betrokken bij Project March.
Project March is a student team from the Netherlands. Each year, a new team of students take up the challenge to build an innovative exoskeleton. We do this in close collaboration with our pilot. For the past 4 months, Daan has been training a lot with our exoskeleton to get ready to participate in the CYBATHLON.
Completing the lineup in this first qualification, competing in one of the local hubs in Daejeon, Korea, we welcome Team Keist and pilots Jung-Won Kim.
Team Keist!
Our pilot, Seung-Won, has been working with us for over a year. He has been fully involved in the designing of the mechanisms, allowing us to receive plenty of valuable feedback while developing the hardware.
직접 로봇을 입고 테스트하며 의견을 나누는 과정에서 많은 것을 느끼고 배웠습니다. 무엇보다도 함께하는 연구원들과의 협력이 중요하다는 것을 절실히 느꼈습니다.
The most important aspect is providing independence to the pilot. Therefore, we designed the robot to maintain balance without crutches. Our new exoskeleton uses 12 actuators to maintain balance. It envelops the front of the pilot, which is a unique feature.
Well, we have met the pilots now. It's all about this qualifying session. I love the fact that Team Keist are so hyped, Michael.
Oh yes, indeed. And they even brought the shopping bags for one of the tasks. We will see that later. That's amazing.
Now, let's talk about the technology here, because as you mentioned, we are seeing diverse technology. And exoskeleton is really interesting technology and something with everything that we've seen here this weekend, which is in constant development. And that's been going since the 60s,
Yes,
the development in exoskeleton.
It's already quite a lot of time that has passed since the idea first came up, and the technology has really developed so greatly and so amazing. And I expect to see even more development in the next 60 years.
Yeah, let's hope so, because it is a game changer, because on so many different levels, and we'll see it with the technology across these qualifying sessions in the different teams. For these pilots, for these people who have this disability to actually be upright and to move and to have that ability, even though it's not maybe the most, it's not quick and easy to take this thing off.
Absolutely
that takes
not.
a lot of time.
Yes.
But it is a game changer in that sense, because they are then upright.
Exactly, and we will also see by the complexity of the devices that it's so hard to completely restore the functionality of moving from one place to the other, of walking with the device.
Okay, we're almost about to get underway. You can see the countdown clock behind our Chiang Mai Exo 1 team right now. 10 seconds to go. The tasks laid out then, there are 10 of them. Big challenges ahead, 10 minutes to complete them. And here we go. So talk to me about what Chiang Mai are using here in their Exo.
So, as you can see, they now try to walk forward, and they use crutches to help with the stability of the trunk. And each of their legs has a total of 4 motors to control like the individual joints of the leg. So we have.
I can see a red flag already raised here.
So the reason is that one of their crutches is outside the task field, and that's not allowed.
Okay. So they pass this one now then, as in they will have to bypass it because it is red flagged, and they move on.
Exactly. And you can already see that maintaining stability while walking is really crucial for exoskeletons. And that's also why many of the pilots and many of the devices actually need crutches in order to help moving forward. And as you can see, like all of the different joints in the leg are actuated.
Yep.
And they obviously have to synchronize very well in order to imitate this normal human stride.
We're just about to get underway here on the arena floor, but do we have an issue here?
It seems like that is the case.
It is the first qualifying
Absolutely.
session,
So that's why they have 2 chances to start and score points. That would be a pity. And you know, this is something that can always happen, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen this yesterday, and in daily life, we get technical glitches in lots of different things. So.
And a lot of these devices are still in their prototype phase. So they're specifically designed for the pilot, and it's like the first few iterations of these devices. That's why we also see this a lot.
Okay, we're in South Korea now, Team Keist.
And we can see that they are walking quite fast already. So there's a lot already optimized in this regard.
Now, moving sideways, and we saw one of the teams talk about, you know, having to actually change or, you know, make some modifications to their exo to be able to move sideways.
So this is really hard. And that's, I would say, one of... So the first task that you obviously want to achieve with your exoskeleton is walking.
Yep.
But then one of the next tasks is actually doing these sideways steps with your hip. And this needs additional motors and a completely different design of the exoskeleton to achieve it.
Wow. So that is the first task there achieved. He's been able to sit down
and stand
up again. And very quickly as well, Michael. It's
Indeed, that's really fascinating. So
and their exo very different then, because you have the weight at the front here.
So this is actually the first time I see such a change in the exoskeleton design.
Okay. Is it a game changer moving forward, I wonder? Okay, we are back with Chiang Mai University now, their EXO-1 team.
And they successfully put the parcel in their bag that they're carrying. And now the pilot has to put it on the table to successfully do the task.
Okay, there's a pause here while he gets the parcel out. Unfortunately for Project March here on the arena floor, they do still have some issues. We'll continue to watch. He's got the parcel on the table.
That's perfect, and hopefully we see the green flag in a moment.
So it looks like this team, Michael, have selected the task that they feel they're going to be strong on. They bypassed the first 2. They knew that they would be strong here.
Absolutely, and since these exoskeletons are so different, they obviously want to showcase what they're really good at. And so they choose these tasks accordingly. So we have seen the green flag.
Great, so that's 10 points.
And here Team Keist as well, placing the parcel on the table.
Okay, and he moves on. The parcel is on the table.
And that looks good as well.
Yeah,
well done. Nice.
Green flag.
Great.
And just a reminder, in these remote hubs, everything is completely replicated from what you see here on the arena hall in the Swiss Arena in Cloten. Referees have been training for weeks for this. It is all exactly the same.
And it's really to make sure that all the teams have the same tasks and the same environment to train in.
Keeping it fair across the board and giving the ability for these teams to be able to compete. Okay, so what are we doing here now then? Because we're seeing a little bit of a change here.
So what they're going to do is they're going to put the pilot now in the wheelchair to carry it to the next task they want to solve.
And this is something that is very new that's been integrated this week.
So because walking is so challenging for exoskeletons, you can imagine that walking along 10 tasks is really a big effort for the pilots. And what we can see here is amazing.
No crutches.
Exactly. Team Keist is actually able to walk without crutches.
That's amazing.
Wow, well done.
And there, you know, and this is what CYBATHLON is all about, showing this technology to its best advantage. And Team Keist really have done that here.
And you know, they're actually able to do it because you can see there's a really big footprint that they have. So it's much bigger than the feet of the pilot, and this helps with stability of the device.
You know, when you look at the device, and you know, I am very new to discovering this kind of technology. We look at it and you would imagine that it would be slower than it actually is, because it's got the bigger feet. It looks maybe a bit clunkier, but actually it is moving so well. It's so agile.
It is, indeed. And just keep in mind that we have very diverse teams as well. So Team KS is already very experienced, as we can see, so they did this for many years and developing these devices. We have other teams like Project March and RISE that are purely student teams coming from universities that maybe have 1 or 2 years of development to build their devices.
Looking good, isn't it? Points-wise here, we're on 40 already.
Already 4 tasks completed.
That is pretty
amazing.
Impressive. Oh, this is unfortunate to see. Obviously, on the arena floor here, we have had some difficulty for Project March.
Let's hope that they at least get the device ready then for the next round. And it looks like Chang Mayu is already finished.
Yeah, it seems so. So let's head back to Team KS. So what are we doing here?
So they're trying the door now, and since the device is quite large, they're actually approaching the door sideways.
And as you said, walking sideways is extremely difficult with these exos.
Yes, because it includes the hip rotational joints and also the additional ankle joints that have to be actuated.
He's doing it so well. And then the door.
Oh,
That's
wow.
an interesting tactic.
That's a nice strategy.
Look at, he's just focusing himself now.
And you know, most of the devices have their user interface actually mounted at the crotches. So a small display and buttons for the pilot to choose the different gate modes.
That's another 10 points
Well
in the
done.
bag. You know, with all the experience, as you mentioned, this team have got over the years in terms of the development, they have got to be one of the favourites here, surely.
I assume so, yes.
Looking at the points they are racking up as well. Okay, we move on to the next part.
And for this task, I'm especially interested because the pilot actually has to be able to bow down and to grab something from the lowest drawer.
Okay, yeah, I'm intrigued to see how he's going to do that
Yes, me too.
with this section at the front of the EXO.
So that's obviously allowed to open it with the crutches, but now he has to take out the item with their hand. Wow.
Wow.
Keeping stability in this position is really tricky.
He's done so well, as you say, to keep the balance, to keep stability here.
That's well done.
He's not quite up, he
Great,
throws
yeah.
it.
That works too.
That also works, doesn't it? Yeah.
And now all he has to do is cutting a piece from the bread and then walking over the finish line. So let's hope that he's successful. You know, there's actually this big compartment in front of his chest because they have to store the battery somewhere.
And that's
and all the electronics, and that's there, yes.
Okay, he cuts the bread, and as you say, once he has done that,
that looks good so far. Put it in the basket, perfect.
I mean, in terms of, as he's going to be heading towards the finish now, but in terms of weight on this EXO, you know, when you imagine something at the front of you, and you just said, you know, batteries potentially is stored there as well. You know, the engineers, the team behind this, they have to really think about.
You really have to think
the
it
weight
through.
distribution.
Absolutely.
Let's get my words out this Sunday
Yes,
morning.
absolutely. And it's especially interesting because this is the first time I see them wearing the batteries and the electronics in front of the pilot. So it seemed like all the teams try to do it as a backpack. But now it seems to have some benefits for the... Yeah, that's perfect.
60 points in the bag. That is really impressive. Michael, I remember when we spoke earlier this week and you were wondering how many tasks they would complete, and you were like, maybe 30, 40, if that.
You know, for exoskeletons, that's really impressive.
It's
that's
super impressive. Such a good job here by Team Keist. 60 points for Seung-Hwan Kim.
Wow.
Yeah, it's really impressive. I'm really looking forward to seeing the second pass, but you know, to complete these tasks and do what he's done right now, it's exhausting work, right?
Yeah, that's crazy.
It is not easy out there, that is for sure.
And we also saw great performance from Team Chiang Mai Exo, and let's hope that Project March can fix their problems for the second round.
Yeah, let's hope. Fingers crossed that is going to be the case, because there's nothing worse than coming all this way and not actually being able to show off exactly what you've done. So you can see the ranking on the screen there for this first qualifying session in EXO, with Keist in the lead and effectively the top of qualifying so far. More sessions coming up. But let's take a little look back at some of the moments here. He's such, you know, there's such confidence as well that he has, obviously, the Keist team with their equipment, because for Seung-Hwan Kim, the movements seem so confident.
He obviously also trained a lot with the device. You know, in the end, it's really about achieving this symbiosis between the pilot and the technical device.
Yeah, absolutely. But great to see so many tasks completed here. I mean, and nice little strategies as well employed in closing the door. Things to make things just a little bit quicker, Michael. It's all important, isn't it?
No, it's totally fine.
Yeah, exactly.
If they can achieve it, then it's totally fine.
Yeah, they know they've done well, but that was exhausting work to get through that, and we're looking forward to seeing the second qualifying run now. I believe we can head over to our host, Abby.
Hi, Bex. Yeah, we are just with the Hermes team, and we are organising who we are speaking to. They're all here. They've had some challenges, obviously, taking part. And I believe I'm going to go to Christoph first. Is that right? I will wander over this way. So first of all, huge disappointment that you're not able to compete. You're here in Zurich, so tell us what happened.
Yes, unfortunately we have a delivery process problem with our transportation. In Greece we have a strike, so it's not possible to have our exoskeleton here in Swiss Arena. But we are the whole team here to be a part of the CYBATHLON and to support other teams and the whole competition.
Can other members of the team speak English? Yeah, I'm going to keep going then. So if you wouldn't mind just introducing yourself and then saying you're part of this team.
I'm Pantelis Mavromatis. I'm the manager of the mechanical sub-team. And our role as mechanical engineers were to do the complete design of the exoskeleton, all the parts, to ensure the correct fitting of the pilot into the device, and to take all safety measures in order for our pilot to feel secure and stable during movement.
It's so, you know what, I'm so pleased you're being able to showcase what you have developed, because I'm sure sitting here you'd want to be actually out, but at least like having the chance to say what you have been working on and how you've developed it. I'm going to keep coming across this way to Yanis. Yanis, again, tell us about your involvement in Team Hermes and what this technology can enable.
Hello, I'm Yanis and I'm the technical manager of Hermes team. My role is to supervise that all the technical engineering details are met and specifications are met, and we tried to make the exoskeleton as good as possible, despite some difficulties that we faced. This was the first exoskeleton of the reorganized team, and unfortunately we couldn't come here, so that is sad. But it was not our fault, so that is a bit okay.
Yeah. It's challenging, right? Because that is when it's out of your hands, right? It wasn't your, like you say, it wasn't your fault. There was a strike, and we're seeing a situation in the last qualifying where the Dutch team also having technical problems, and they're here with the equipment, but not at the moment being able to get it up and running. It happens.
Yeah. But you know, it might be a little sad, but the whole journey that we made to come here, that we started 1.5 years ago, was really satisfying. So it's sad, but it doesn't really matter. We did our best.
You did your best. And how long, so we've mentioned 1.5 years, but how has the preparation been leading up to CYBATHLON 2024?
The preparation was really demanding. We had to make sure everything was perfect. There was no security issues. We had to make sure our pilot, Modestos, was feeling safe during operation. And, you know, it is a bit sad, as Yanni said, that we couldn't make it, but our team will go on and will make sure the preparation didn't go to waste, and we'll fulfill our goal as a team.
Yeah, absolutely, the preparation will not go to waste. Modestos, can I come and have a word, or do we need some translation? We need translation. We're hearing obviously about the frustration of not being here, but being able to compete, but being here and seeing the exoskeletons, or even being able to see what was happening in Seoul and in Chiang Mai, how much of an inspiration is that to keep developing it for your team?
Ήρθες εδώ πέρα και είδες το χώρο πώς είναι. Τι έμπνευση σου προκάλεσε που είδες τους άλλους εξωσκελετούς?
Να δημιουργήσουμε κάτι ακόμα καλύτερο. Να προωθήσουμε κάτι ακόμα καλύτερο. Μπήκαν περισσότερο.
To develop something more powerful for our team and to support people with disabilities to stand up and do the best.
And seeing this happening around you, I'm sure is very motivating for that reason. Yeah, I'll let you.
Yes, of course. It's very motivated because we see a lot of teams around the world to participate in the exoskeleton race, and we want to be part of this for the future, for the years on the future. Yes.
Well, thank you. Thank you for being here. I'm so sorry that you weren't able to showcase and put it in action, and for the pilot, Maderos, as well. But for all of you, well done. Keep up the good work, because it's not just the here and now. Like you say, it's what's to come, and that preparation will always stand you in good stead for that reason.
Yes. Yes, we have a lot of effort to be here, and we are promising to have the best Greek exoskeleton here in CYBATHLON for the years then.
Thank you, Team Hermes. Congratulations all just for being here and for what you've done so far. We are going to take a very short break. When we come back, we'll have more qualifying for the exoskeleton.
Mein Name ist Michel Fornacier und für mich hat die Zukunft längst begonnen. Mir ist es wichtig, dass Technik der Menschheit dient, sie unterstützt, ihnen Hand bietet und den Alltag so erleichtert. Fortschritt ist Lebensqualität, welche man mit gutem Gewissen auch nutzen darf. In dieser Hinsicht ist EKZ für mich ein verlässlicher Partner, denn sie bieten Lösungen, die mich begeistern.
Willkommen zu Hause, Michel.
EKZ gestaltet Energiezukunft und versorgt zuverlässig, ökologisch und günstig mit Strom. EKZ. stolzer Partner des CYBATHLON.
Welcome back. Let's continue then with the exoskeleton race and back to Bex and Michael.
Thank you very much, Abby. Thrilling first qualifying.
Absolutely.
Team Keist were on it. They really were. The free walking section
That was amazing,
Michael.
yes. And you know, this device is not just able to walk freely with the pilot, but also without the pilot. And I noticed that they put like all their battery packs and so on in front of the pilot, because then the device is able to walk towards the pilot and attach itself.
That's quite incredible.
You know, like Iron Man or these different suits.
Exactly.
It's really cool.
Exactly. Well, we've got another qualifying session coming up for you now. So let's take a look at the teams and how they are lining up here. So we welcome into the Swiss arena this time Team Rise, and we will also have Chiang Mai Exo 2 who are competing. And we also have Leg
exactly.
Enhanced.
We welcome the team from Germany.
So 2 teams.
And their pilot, Jessica Di Badimailer.
Wir sind das studentische Team von der TU Berlin und entwickeln ein Exoskelett für den CYBATHLON 2024.
My name is Jessica. I'm 33 years old. I'm a TH10 complete and having the opportunity to take part and in a project that is really trying to advocate how to make the lives of people in my condition better is really excited and even an honor.
Was ist das Ziel für den CYBATHLON 2024?
Antreten, uns nicht blamieren und ins Ziel kommen und dabei richtig viel Spaß haben und ein geiles Team bis dahin auf den Weg gebracht haben. Rise up!
The second team in this qualification round, another team in Chiang Mai, Thailand, Team Chiang Mai University Exo 2 and their pilot, Virapon Kurapan.
ก็มีลูก1 คนครับก็ประมาณอายุก็ประมาณ 8-9 เดือนนะครับถ้าเป็นตอนนี้ถ้าเป็นหลักๆก็จะเป็นอยู่บ้านเป็นเลี้ยงลูกเป็นหลักมากกว่าครับผมก็เล่นกับลูกอะไรอย่างเงี้ยครับส่วนถ้าเป็นภรรยาก็ไปทำงาน
แล้วเมื่อ2 ปีที่แล้วเนี่ยก็คือได้มาเห็นการแข่งขันCYBATHLONนะครับและดูเป็นความท้าทายที่เราก็อยากมีส่วนร่วมด้วยแล้วก็คือถ้าเกิดเราได้เข้าร่วมตัวเนี้ยเราน่าจะได้มีโอกาสพัฒนาเทคโนโลยีที่จะช่วยคนพิการเนี่ยให้มันดีขึ้นได้
เพื่อในการฟื้นฟูร่างกายครับและก็จิตใจเพื่อในการในอนาคตอาจจะกลับ
And on track number 2, we have a team from Switzerland, aus der Schweiz. Wir sagen Hallo, Team Leg Enhanced and pilot Rolf Schoch.
Team Leg Enhanced from the Eastern Switzerland University of Applied Sciences has participated in the CYBATHLON before. Pilot Rolf Schoch operates the Enhanced Hybrid. With the aim of building powerful robots to improve the lives of people with disabilities, the Enhanced Hybrid is a kind of transformer, a wheelchair that transforms into an exoskeleton at the touch of a button.
Es ist jedes Mal eigentlich schön, wieder die Augenhöhe mit den Leuten zu haben, im Stehen. Und man merkt wieder mal, dass man nicht der Kleinste war. Also, ja.
The aim is to give paraplegics more mobility and independence in everyday life.
We've met the pilots now, it's time to get on with this second qualifying session. And again, Michael, so much diverse technology that we're going to be looking at here as well.
And specifically the hybrid, you know, we have two separate disciplines, wheel and exo.
And Rolf is in both.
And now, yes, and now we come to the limits of our rules.
I'm really fascinated to see how this changes and moves upwards from the wheelchair into the exo.
Absolutely.
Okay. Team Rise now then, we are going to be starting with the countdown clock is underway here. So, from my understanding, she is going to skip a majority of the opening tasks.
Yes, exactly. And the main reason is that this is a very young team. So they started roughly a year ago with their development. And so what you can see is already really amazing.
You know, I love the fact that, yeah, the team are helping her get all the way up to where she needs to be, which is, I think they're going to start with the door, aren't they?
Exactly.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so we head up to door and see how they will do on that task. But as you said, just 1 year. You know, it's a lot of development in just a year.
Absolutely. And you know, the most difficult part of the exoskeleton is actually being able to walk. And to achieve this in 1 year is amazing.
It is. I love the team's video saying, you know, they didn't want to embarrass themselves here. They wanted to complete something. But it's not a case of that, as you mentioned, just 1 year to do all of this technology, to create what we're seeing here right now with Jessica. And, you know, the collaboration between Jessica and the team. And Jessica is up and ready to go.
And the device is up and ready to go, and let's hope that walking works.
Okay, we will come back to her then, because we have our first team underway, a second team. Chiang Mai Exo 2 now underway at our remote hub, of course.
Yes, and you could argue that they get a second chance with their device, but in the end, what you have to realize is that it's always the combination that matters between the device and the pilot.
Yeah.
And so you can really consider this a whole new device.
So talk us through them. We see, obviously, here with the Exo, they have the backpack, let's say, for a better word of describing it. And again, the controls are then on the crutches, as you described earlier.
So the display where it states in which mode she's currently in. So now she's walking straight with a specific stride length. But they're actually also able to do side steps. So they have all the equipment, all the hardware with the device. I think it's just a matter of tuning and adjusting the software. And what's special about the device of Team Rise, you can see these black boxes on the lower legs.
Yeah.
These are actually the battery packs.
Oh, wow.
So they realize that in terms of stability, it's actually better to place them there.
Yeah, that is actually an element that fascinates me, is the distribution of weight and how that works then with, obviously, the upper body, which has already the strength, and how that works with the lower limbs where the Exo is attached to, and also that backpack. It's very clever how it's all distributed.
And you know that it's a lot of weight. So usually exoskeletons weigh between 30 and 50 kilograms. What we see here, the hybrid from Team Varileg, even weighs over 100 kilos. So that's really... Wow, and now we can see how it unfolds into the exoskeleton. That's amazing.
It is amazing.
And you know, the second coolest thing about this device is that the pilot doesn't need any crutches, because the crutches are already built into the device.
And so we see those linear crutches at the side.
Exactly.
Will help him.
Exactly, and so obviously now, because they wheeled to this task, the first ones are a fail in the exo discipline. And now let's hope that we see it working.
This is such innovative technology.
Indeed. And you know, I actually talked to the pilot, and he said that it's really cool that they don't have the crutches, because it's much more chill for the pilot to actually perform the task, because he's not that much involved in keeping the balance during the competition.
That's a very good point. That's a very good point, because we've noticed some with the tasks, they have they're trying to manipulate the crutches as well and not keep their balance, not drop the crutch. Okay.
You see, he can also grab the parcel with his own hands.
And he will be able to carry that. Wow!
And the door is opened, and
the door is open,
she's stepping through it. Nice. Wow, that's great.
That's incredible, isn't it? So she has managed to to open the door and to move through now this space. And you can see, you know, the advancements in the technology being what a person could be able to do. We are showing every day normal things we all take for granted. Loving the audience here.
Yeah, they like it too. That's amazing.
They're really motivating Jessica here.
And you know, in order to achieve this, what we see today, they have to be motivated and pushing this from the very start. So it's very important to, from the very first day, talk to the pilot and try to build the device together with them.
And Rolf is moving.
He's walking. So far, so good.
So far, so good.
And you see how the crutches extends and then retracts again and moves forward. Like a true cyborg.
It really, yeah, it really is. You know, he's had the transformer element from the wheelchair, and Jessica has successfully closed the door and will hopefully manage to walk over that finish line and get that green flag. Well, not the finish line, but the line connecting the tasks.
Now she has to turn.
Okay, so what has he got in his hand here, Michael?
So it's the same as the other pilots have on their crutches. It's a display and some buttons with which you can control the different modes. And do we see the green flag here?
Let's have a look.
Let's wait until it also, yes, we have it.
We do have the green flag. 10 points in the bag for Vereleg Enhanced.
Wow, well done.
I love the fact that Rolf was playing to the crowd there, the little wave. It's going well, so Jessica is on the move now to complete
She also has
this task.
to walk over the finish line of the task to get the points.
I'm finding it still hard to believe that it's only a year that this has been in development. From
really amazing.
From drawing board to actually coming here to CYBATHLON.
Yes.
There's some serious work gone on into this project in Team Rise, and it's only going to get stronger. Okay.
We see Team Chiang Mai trying the crowd task.
This is such a difficult one because you have to avoid these rotating red objects, which are meant to represent people in a crowd, whether you're out at the club, you're in a restaurant, wherever you are, wherever there's people.
And you know, not just with the exoskeleton, but also with the crutches.
Yeah.
Which makes it double the difficulty.
Do you know what? That is a very strong point. It is double the difficulty level.
Yeah. But he's
he's
doing it great. And it's also fast enough to do it.
A little wobble there, and we're going to see a green flag. Yeah, I hope so. She's almost over the line.
One more step.
Almost.
And there we have it. Well done.
And that green flag is up.
That's amazing.
I love that we've got a green and a red sock here as well.
That's true commitment even from the referee.
Okay, well that is going to motivate Jessica now. We mentioned before she wasn't going to complete all of the tasks. She bypassed quite a few, aiming for the ones they felt they were going to do well at. So we've got 10 points across the board right now for all of our pilots so far.
So in the end, if they have similar points, then it also counts how fast they can achieve the task. Wow, and now Team Vereleg tries the free walking. Now, obviously, if you don't have crutches, that are some free points to get. And he does this very...
It's a very fluid motion, isn't it? That we're seeing from this Exo. You know, this...
And you know, if you come from a technical background, you know how many hours of tuning and tweaking this requires to achieve.
And it's a green flag. There's so much work that goes in behind the scenes, Michael. You know, we're here in such an incredible atmosphere today, and the past 3 days have been awe-inspiring for everybody to see. And it's such a camaraderie of spirit, but the work that goes into all of this technology and creating it and coming up with vision, with innovation to try and make things easier for people who have a disability, it has been jaw-dropping to conceive.
And you know, these pilots, they don't just compete against each other at CYBATHLON, but they also compete in life against their disabilities, right?
Yes.
Against not being able to walk. And so for everyone who can participate already at this competition, it's already a huge win. And you can see it on the faces of the pilots that they're really, really, yeah, they're just happy to be here.
Yeah, exactly that. Everything that you've just said. Jessica then, a big smile on
Well
her
done.
face, 10 points in the bag. Okay, and we see
They're lowering the exoskeleton again, back to wheelchair mode.
And what amazes me is how quickly it changes.
And you know, it's also important if you at one point want to use it in real life.
Yeah.
It has to be quick, it has to be robust and reliable.
And we're certainly seeing that. Okay, we're back with that Chiang Mai XO2.
And he also seems to successfully pass the door. Let's see if he uses the same trick with closing the door.
Yeah, that was a tactic we saw earlier. Let's see.
And you can see how the pilots are concentrated to make sure that every move, every step they take, they do it correctly.
Yeah, so
He
he's
indeed
using a
does,
very
yes.
similar strategy. And he has to just make sure it's
And
shut
this
and
door is
closed.
closed. Great.
Yeah, that's great work. So like you said, it's fully focused. There at various points we see them changing modes depending on what task they have. There's a lot of effort and thinking, thought process going into this as we've seen Vereleg enhanced. Now 20 points in the bag for them.
And are they going to try the stones task?
Yeah, it seems like we're going to have a go at it. Now this looks like probably what.
Yeah.
They're all difficult challenges, but
Yes, but this one is especially hard to achieve.
oh, he's taking a
seems
breath.
tired, yeah.
He is tired. It is extremely hard work. We cannot emphasize that enough.
It seems like he's going to stop here.
Maybe going to stop.
Yeah.
Yeah. The team is so supportive around our pilots as well, aren't they? You know, and that is fantastic to see. They want to see if the technology works, but as you mentioned before, it is pilot and technology together, trying to become as one as possible. And for some of them, they've trained for years, some just months. You know, they don't have a huge experience of this technology.
Yes, and what we see often is that teams who involve their pilots very early in the development phase, that they're more likely to then also achieve more. Because it's really about building this perfect symbiosis, you know, between the pilot and the device.
Yeah, and you need that feedback. You know, in my everyday, day-to-day life in motorsport, you know, engineers are getting the feedback from the driver, and you need that absolute pairing together for the device. In this case, a car. In my case, for it to work, and it's the same here.
Exactly. You need all of them.
You need it all to come together. I'm loving the fact that Jessica just has the biggest smile on her face.
Great.
And yeah, this is an impressive piece of kit we're seeing in front of us here with Vereleg. And as we've heard from Sylvia Rona quite a few times over the weekend, I loved one of her expressions. You know, I am a tall child. Yes. is what she described herself as. You know, working with all this technology, being innovative and trying to come up with solutions on a day-to-day basis. It must be, Michael, so fulfilling.
Yes, and you also see these, you know, the children have a very special drive and motivation to do things, to try out new stuff. And you have a lot of people here with the same drive.
Exactly. And thank goodness for those people, because that is what is taking technology forward and making sure that life is easier in the future, the here and now as well, and in the future. We're just seeing some moments back from our qualifying session here, the second EXO qualifying.
And you see how complex these devices have to be in order to achieve walking.
Such complex technology, but such amazing results that we're seeing as well. Okay, That was the second qualifying session of the day. More to come in EXO, of course. Let's go and find out where our host has got herself to now. Abby, where are you? Ah, there you are.
Bex, I'm up here at the top of the arena. Now, we've just seen such impressive technology, and you saw the exoskeleton from Varileg, which actually use Maxon. So let's understand why Maxon came to support CYBATHLON.
Langweilig, ja. Du machst eigentlich nichts, du schaust nur ein bisschen, was da unten macht.
Rapperswil-Jona in the east of Switzerland. At the Eastern Swiss University of Applied Sciences, researchers are working on a futuristic wheelchair. The scientists are supported by the Maxon company. The Swiss company specializes in drive technologies and supplies the engines for the enhanced hybrid, a wheelchair that converts into an exoskeleton at the push of a button and guarantees paraplegics greater mobility and independence. Team leader Silvia Rona is very satisfied with what the project has achieved so far.
Es ist ein erster Forschungsprototyp. Wir sind noch ganz am Anfang. Der Wechsel Rollstuhl-Exoskelett, dass das eben eigentlich nicht zwingend zwei verschiedene Geräte sein müssen, sondern dass man das in einem Gerät haben kann. Denke mir schon schön gelungen. 1, 2, 3.
In order for the enhanced hybrid to be suitable for everyday use at some point, it needs pilots like Rolf Schoch. Rolf has been paralyzed since a motorcycle accident. Rolf will be competing in the CYBATHLON 2024 with the Swiss team Robity Enhanced. Rolf has a clear goal in mind.
Für die Zukunft denkt, ist es ja noch weit weg von dem, dass man es im Alltag brauchen. Aber ich meine, es muss jeder Schritt gemacht werden bis jetzt. Also jetzt nur schon mal, dass man einen Hybrid hat, dass man überhaupt die Idee hat, dass man Rad gerade direkt daher machen kann. Dann braucht man die Hände nicht mehr. Das ist ein riesen Schritt.
Wir sind gerade am Testen.
The engineers at Maxon made this step possible. The family company has its headquarters in Sachseln in the canton of Obwalden. Maxon employs 3,200 people in over 40 countries.
Und sonst allgemein zufrieden mit unseren Produkten?
Ja, sind jetzt eigentlich gut gelaufen. Wir mussten vom EC60 auf den EC90 wechseln. Wir müssen, glaube ich, mit den Getrieben noch ein bisschen spielen oder mindestens ein Drittel ein bisschen anpassen. Aber sonst
im Großen und Ganzen.
Es ist uns keiner mehr übrig.
Ja. Führen wir stabil.
Ja.
Alles gut.
Ja, alles robust.
Super. Cool. Es ist sehr wichtig, dass wir von Anfang an von der Konzeptphase zusammenarbeiten. Wir sind so breit aufgestellt. Wir sind in Medical-Applikationen, in der Aerospace, in der Luftfahrt. Die Erfahrung können wir punktuell in anderen Gebieten einsetzen.
An unserem Atlas ist speziell, dass man wirklich die Hände frei hat, dass man mit der Umwelt interagieren kann. Das ist bei den meisten Exoskeletten im Moment noch nicht so. Und Maxon-Motoren machen halt die Bewegung erst möglich. Der, den man am besten sieht, ist der hier. Und das ist so drin verbaut, dass wir hier einen Motor haben. Da merkt man, der ist so ein bisschen warm, weil er jetzt ein bisschen aktiv ist, aber wirklich nur so handwarm. Nachher haben wir hier den Riementrieb dran, vorne das Getriebe, dass es dann hier auf der Seite von der anatomischen Achse vom Knie betrieben wird. Wir sind in sehr engem Austausch mit Maxon. Das schätze ich sehr. Die sehr eng zusammenarbeiten, völlig unkompliziert. Wenn wir etwas brauchen, haben wir mehrere Leute, die wir anrufen können und nachfragen, was der Stand ist.
Für uns ist wichtig, ein Feedback zu bekommen von den Experten in den Anwendungen. Und wir als Sponsor geben ihnen die Möglichkeit, mal etwas auszuprobieren. Aber wenn es funktioniert, auf der einen Seite bringt es das Team weiter, aber uns auch, weil wir profitieren von diesen Erfahrungen.
CYBATHLON pilot Rolf Schoch also had positive experiences with the new mix of wheelchair and exoskeleton.
Wenn du natürlich die Hände nicht frei hast, bist du eigentlich immer gebunden. Du hast dann keinen Vorteil gegenüber dem Rollstuhl. Wenn du nichts heben kannst, dann kannst du ja nichts Produktives machen. Du kannst ja nicht einmal ein Sandwich essen oder bar ein Bier trinken.
And this is what the transformation looks like. In just a few steps, an exoskeleton becomes a wheelchair.
Es ist extrem cool zu sehen, wie der Grundgedanke von dieser transformierbaren Struktur anfängt zu funktionieren. Es muss sehr, sehr viel zusammenspielen, dass alles miteinander funktioniert. Und jetzt funktioniert es. Jetzt haben wir einen Rollstuhl, der aufstehen und loslaufen kann.
Es ist aber jedes Mal eigentlich schön, um wieder die Augenhöhe mit den Leuten zu haben. im Stehen. Und man merkt wieder mal, dass man nicht der Kleinste war. Also, ja.
Wenn du so weit würde kommen, dass das wirklich ein Alltag könnte werden für den Rolf, dann würde ich sehr stolz machen.
Hat funktioniert?
Pure cool. Gratuliere.
So, super funktioniert, oder?
Hey, sehr cool.
Hey, gut gemacht. Haben wir gut gemacht.
And we are so grateful for Max's support, but we are now going to turn our attention from Exoskeleton to the Vision Assistance race, and we are joined by Eloise Smatula, who takes care of Salome Nashed. So we will ask about Salome yesterday. It was quite an emotional event, but we'll get onto that in just a moment. And you are Eloise, you're an engineer, you're taking a doctorate in vision assistance, and you're here at CYBATHLON, and you just ran up the stairs here. So if you're out of breath, that is the reason why.
Okay.
So welcome to the studio.
Thank you so much. I had a few seconds to catch my breath, so I'm okay.
Okay. Eloise, let's first of all just talk about Salome and how she's feeling today, because it was quite heartbreaking to watch. There was so much emotion at the end. She wanted to do well, and I'm sure for herself, for you, for the whole team.
She mainly wants to do great for us, and that's what is very emotional for us, because like she's really an overachiever. Really, that's the basis of her character, and seeing her being let down by the system, so being let down by us, was very emotional for us too. She really wanted to do well. There are a lot of tasks that she does perfectly at home and that she knows she can do, and not being able to showcase that the system can help her do them was heartbreaking for her.
Well, we can showcase the system now so that you have that time on air. And we've seen it from lots of teams. It's just, it happens, and the pressure of the moment, and you want it to work when it matters, and sometimes it doesn't always. So what was the problem yesterday?
There are always things when you take the technology out of the lab. There are always things you cannot foresee, and in our case it was a lot of problems with Bluetooth and Wi-Fi, all wireless components, so we had connection issues. So like the system was working, but the Bluetooth cut, so she couldn't hear a lot of information or audio feedback, so she couldn't hear anything, so she had no info to compete, so she just had to terminate the course easy.
Okay, so let's now make it more positive. How is she feeling today, first of all? Has she been able to sort of digest that emotion?
Yeah, we talked a lot, and we also told her that we were very happy with what we did during the training sessions. Like, we had a great training session. The first run was not as good as she was expecting, but it was still good enough for her to get into the finals, which was our goal. So we just kept saying that again and again. Now she's very determined to like show even more that she did yesterday. But anyway, we are just happy to be here.
Exactly, and there's something about that, just the spirit of CYBATHLON, learning from each other, teams are communicating, collaborating, sharing ideas. How will this experience advance AI and help it in the future?
I really hope it will help, because some of the teams have solutions on aspects that we are not good at, like image processing. We do this, but not that as well as other teams. So we have strengths that are very complementary with other teams' strengths. So like creating collaboration in the future would be a great thing. I don't know how. I don't know how it will be possible. I don't know if they will want it, but it's really something that would be interesting.
Well, the inspiration's here, and that is at the heart of CYBATHLON. Louise, thank you for running up the stairs and chatting to us and being able to showcase AI, and our best wishes to Salome.
Thank you so much.
So as I mentioned, we will be turning our attention to the Vision Assistance race. So here is an explainer.
The next CYBATHLON challenge discipline today, the Vision Assistance Race. One of the tasks pilots have to complete is to navigate a forest landscape with objects at different heights, such as branches hanging from trees. Pilots are asked to navigate through the maze of randomly positioned objects. Then they follow a footpath without touching the ground along the path. Again, the course runs in various directions. pilots have no knowledge about the route in advance. Next, pilots are asked to order a fruit salad by pressing the corresponding icon that is randomly placed on a touch screen. They must not touch any of the other icons. And then pilots are required to identify empty seats, as they would be required to on a train or when visiting a theatre. Once they have found free seats, they indicate their choice by removing the corresponding small blocks. Pilots earn 10 points for each task. Whoever completes the most tasks in the fastest time wins the race. The time limit in this race is 8 minutes.
And to talk you through Viz, as this race is known, of course, is Bex Williams, and we say good afternoon to Julia Amos.
Thank you very much, Abby. Yeah, Julia, here we go again.
Yeah, let's see how it goes today.
We saw quite an emotional qualifying session last night, didn't we? There were highs and lows.
We did, yes, for sure. And I think it was very nice that they got a chance to talk to the AI team just before, so we could hear their version of the story. But I'm sure they will do great today in the finals.
Yeah, I'm sure they will do. And of course, we have a brand new batch today of qualifiers. Let's see what we've got then in terms of our teams that are lining up here. We have two for you. Japanese team, W Visions, and Swiss team, Sight Guide, who are going to be competing to get into the qualification, get into the finals through qualification, of course. And it is going to be, again, our 10 disciplines. Let's hear from the pilots.
W Vision and their pilot, Choko Momokitani.
はい、私は大学1回生の桃北谷東子と申します。大学では福祉を専攻し、趣味は今ピアノとバイオリンをやっていまして、クラブに入っていまして、フォークソングクラブっていうクラブに。私は生まれつき目玉が小さいという小眼球症というものを持っておりまして、そうですね、もう私の場合はもう生まれた時からなのであまり不便だって感じることが、そうですね、やっぱり最初はそのカメラの向きとか角度を変えたりとか、一定に保つのがすごく難しいなっていうふうには思ってるんですけども。
And on track number 2, we say Grüezi to our team from Switzerland, Sight Guide and pilot Lukas Hendry.
Ich sehe eigentlich 0% und ich sehe einfach hell-dunkel, kann ich manchmal so erkennen, aber sonst eigentlich wirklich nicht viel. Ich bin der Lukas Hendry, komme aus Düdingen und bin als Pilot im Team Sight Guide beim CYBATHLON dabei.
Im Team Sight Guide sind wir 5 PhD-Studenten von der ETH, der UZH und der ZHW und wir nehmen im Vision Assistance Race teil. Wir haben ein System entwickelt, das hauptsächlich aus Kameras und einem Computer besteht, die vom Piloten getragen werden.
Ich bin einfach halt ein Wettkampftyp und ich denke, das primäre Ziel ist sicher, dass wir im Finale einziehen und dann würde ich sagen, sicher unter den besten 3, wenn nicht sogar toll wäre, wenn wir das Ganze gewinnen könnten. Ja.
And we've met the pilots now. There's a good atmosphere in this stadium ahead of this qualifying session. And of course, again, Julia, we're going to see some different assistive technology being represented here. We have Toko Momokitani here, our Japanese pilot, who's only 18 years of age.
Yes, it's only 18 years, so you must be so nervous. It's such a big event.
I am sure. I'm sure those nerves are going to kick in a little bit. You know, but from what I hear from the team, he's exceptionally proactive and continuing to push them to develop and enhance the technology. He's got quite the personality.
Absolutely. They said that he's a very bubbly character and that he brings a lot of atmosphere to the practice and the trainings.
That is good to hear. So once we get underway, and again, it's 10 tasks here. If you joined us for the Viz qualifying yesterday, you would have seen them. We have 10 sectors, and it's going to have a time limit of just 8 minutes. And we've seen with some of the pilots, they move quickly to what they feel more comfortable with, so they might miss some tasks.
Yeah, I think they all develop some kind of strategy to figure out which tasks they master best, and then they move forward to these tasks, because 8 minutes, it's really not enough to solve all of the tasks.
No, it's certainly the time challenge is quite big. Okay, so you can see the countdown clock there for Team W Visions.
He looks very focused.
And our commentators here in the stadium have now asked to have silence here so they can remain focused.
4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, so they're already skipping the first task and moving forward to the third task.
Okay, so talk to me about the technology that W Visions is using here, Julia.
So here they have a depth camera that is attached to the end of the stick. And this way they can create a map of the environment from the top. So basically they're using a bird vision approach, if I can call it this way, to map the environment and try to understand where the empty seats are.
And that is what he has to do here. He has to find out where the empty seats are, and there will be corresponding items on the sideboard ahead that he will have to then put where the representative seats are. But right now,
I think there's some orientation issue.
Yeah, he's a little bit disorientated, I feel, with his environment right now.
But I think in theory, the team official could place him back to the next start line of the next task, so he can continue there.
Okay, let's take a look at Lucas Hendry, who is kicking off with that first task, which is called Dish Up, and it is moving a dish which does have liquid within it.
Yeah, so here the idea is to not spill the liquid. It's mimicking a soup, and you don't want to spill the soup all over the table, right? So, yeah. And he also has to fill that glass up to the mark.
But what we will find here is that he will use the sound of the water going within to find out where the limit is. And, you know, that blows me away every time I see this.
And they're all really good at it, actually. It's very
yeah,
impressive.
they are. So different kind of technology that we're seeing here, because obviously we have a backpack here and something in front of him. What is that doing?
So he has two depth cameras at chest height, so the white camera that you see there, and underneath there's just another camera, a black one. And then he also has a camera at the end of the stick that he's using now. And these cameras provide information about the environment. And he gets that as either a haptic feedback, so a vibration, or an acoustic feedback.
Okay. So the challenge here then is to read what was on the table in front of him and now try and find that.
Yeah.
In what is, you know, an everyday occurrence of trying to find the doorbell of someone's house.
And that was actually really fast.
Super quick. That was the quickest we've seen so far, actually, in qualifying.
Yeah, that was very competitive, yes.
Okay, let's go back to Momo Kitani now from W Visions. We're up at what is the colours task, and he has to put these colours in order.
Yes, exactly. So he's supposed to order the colors and then also order them based on the gradation of the colors. And this is quite challenging because, as you can see, the colors are quite similar to each other. But it's a task they can use when they go shopping, for example, or when they get dressed in the morning and they want to have a color matching outfit, things like this.
So from the poll that he's using with the image that we can see here, as you said, he uses it to form an aerial view of his environment normally. Now we can see he's placing the colours kind of directly underneath to get a read, and that will then feed back to his audio device.
Yeah, so you can see before that he has headphones, so he gets acoustic feedback about the colour.
That's 30 points in the back for side guide then. But all three of the opening tasks completed effectively here.
Yeah, Lucas is moving really fast. I think here you can really feel the competitive spirit. So Lucas used to be a Paralympian, and I think he's used to this kind of pressure.
Yeah, he's taking it all on board.
Schild gefunden.
So I think now you should be able to hear some kind of acoustic feedback.
Regal erkannt. Fehlgeschlagen. Switching to sidewalk.
So
I think he
skipped that task.
Skipped it.
So now the cameras and the processing unit in the back are creating a map of the environment, and then he's going to get a signal that the map was successfully created. We're just waiting for the signal now.
We are just waiting to hear. That's why we're keeping quiet here, because obviously there is... Well, we're back with our Japanese team here, W Visions. I think we may be moving on here.
Yeah, he looks like he had some issues, but let's hope for the touch screen. So he successfully found the unit and the touch screen. And here the task is to order a fruit salad. So here we're kind of mimicking a vending machine, for example, in a take-out restaurant. And he's pointing the camera towards the items to be able to identify the fruit salad among these items.
So you can see you just touched it there. Is it just to recognize the distance for him with that device?
I think so, yes. Here we can't hear the acoustic feedback because it's through the headphones, but you can see the headphones close to his ear. I think this task is really challenging because the items were so small.
They are small. You mentioned this before.
Yeah, I did.
And we have seen some pilots, sometimes it's very quick, but a lot of the times that we've seen in the qualifying sessions or the rehearsals, it has been quite slow. Let's hope he can find it.
Oh, that's a shame.
That is a shame, but yeah, I think he was quite close to it. It's very difficult for us to see from the distance.
Left 2.
So let's listen in here on this task.
Right 1.
Yeah, so he's getting basically instructions on which position he needs to place the sheet.
Left 1.
And that was very fast.
Let's see if we get a green flag for this.
Switching to touchscreen.
He's already switching to touchscreen. And green flag.
So that is 40 points.
That's one of the best performances we saw up to now.
It is. But like you said, you know, former Paralympian, he has absolutely got complete control of his situation and his focus. He's not let the crowd faze him at all, certainly.
Yeah, I think I've never seen a person that looks so focused. So it's really nice to watch. So you can hear this beeping noise, and it works kind of like a distance sensor in a parking sensor in a car. So it indicates how close he is to the target column.
Up.
Wow.
Left.
And I believe that is Momo Kitani then, who has completed the first run. They are going to get another chance to make their way through this.
Oh, he looks very nervous as well.
He does look very nervous. You got to remember he's only 18 years of age, and It is, you know, a big arena to be doing something like this in, and even though the crowd have been beautifully, respectfully silent, it actually increases the tension
it does,
a little, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
And you said something very interesting earlier, Julia, about, and many experts have said this, in that, you know, for people who are disabled, they're not used to being seen in the environment. They're not used to being looked at in this sense, and all eyes are on these pilots right now, and that's a lot of pressure.
I think that CYBATHLON is a very nice platform to increase the visibility of people with disability and to increase the understanding of what the challenges are and how we can improve the inclusion in society.
So with 40 points, as you mentioned, a great performance. He is already through to the finals. Let's take a little look then. You know, this is a very interesting device we're seeing from the Japanese team. And I'm liking the fact that there are diverse devices, which are, and it's good to learn for everybody, to see everybody's technology together. I think it's inspiring from the teams.
Yes, I agree. I think the teams really had different focus points when they were developing these devices. So some of them are really using the newest state-of-the-art technology, like for example the Swiss team here. And then other teams are more focusing on making the technology accessible. So it's really, different resources, different focus points, different ideas. So that's really interesting to see.
Okay, let's take a look now then at what we've got in terms of the qualification. You can see on 60 points there, Peter Soyuk, who did a great job yesterday, Henry 40, Nasheed on 30, and then Opta Heroes there, the team Opta Heroes on 10 points. We do have another qualifying session coming up in this category, but let's find now Miss Stevens, who is right at the top of the arena. The perfect spot, Abby.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Yeah, we have been with the audience in deep respect of what these pilots are undertaking in the Viz race, but this is the fruits of the labour of years of preparation. And CYBATHLON, well, the idea originated right back in 2013. Let's find out more about its rich history.
The CYBATHLON. This is the world's first bionic game.
This is actually about improving real lives.
Une épreuve expérimentale qui repousse un peu plus loin encore les limites du corps humain. Regardez le CYBATHLON.
It's amazing what has been developed now after 11 years. It was maybe a crazy idea, and it's amazing to see the idea became real.
The purpose of CYBATHLON is really great. It motivates the researchers and developers to develop assistive technologies with and for the people with disabilities. And this is, since years, very meaningful and still kind of the DNA of CYBATHLON.
It's my heart project. It's something I did the last 9 years to do something meaningful, to really develop something that people amazes. For me, it has a lot of positivity.
These three people have shaped and influenced CYBATHLON for years. It all started in 2013 with a crazy idea from a brilliant professor.
At the beginning, the problem was that people said, "Are you crazy? That won't work. You won't get enough teams. Maybe television does not want to make a freak show out of it," and so on.
I remember when Robert came into the laboratory announcing the CYBATHLON in 2013. He showed us his ideas, and this was the first contact point with the CYBATHLON project. So yeah, at that time it was a bit weird, let's say, a weird new idea of our professor. But yeah, it turned out to be very cool. And some months later, I took over some responsibility for developing the competition together with many people.
And this was developed from a single competition to a movement. We came up with this challenge format, and it was quite successful. We initiated a school project in Switzerland, and we developed in the last 8 years a huge platform for people with disabilities, for society and for researchers and developers.
2 new disciplines have also been added. There are now 8 disciplines in total, but there were also many problems to be solved over time, such as the corona pandemic.
When we had to postpone the event in March 2020, it was a crazy decision we had to take. We were so close to the event that was planned for May 2020. And then Annie came up with the idea to make a remote event.
Welcome everyone to CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition. Because of the pandemic worldwide, the teams could not come here.
2020 we were forced to hold the CYBATHLON in a closed environment with everything broadcasted to the remote hubs all over the world. We did not really want to do it because we wanted to have the celebration in the stadium, but we had to do it. And now we are very happy that we did it like this.
For us was really a great race.
Yeah, it was going extremely well.
Yes, I'm glad about it, and for me and for the whole team.
It was a great effort from Roland Siegrist and Annie Kern and the entire team to make it happen like this. And now we benefit from it because now we can organize a hybrid event where we have teams in the stadium, which are important for the live atmosphere, but also other teams who are not able to travel because maybe they don't have enough money or their pilots are too much handicapped. So now we can connect them with our remote broadcasting structure, and this is also a way of inclusion.
Mihic for Croatia, Niška and Fossati of Sweden and Italy are already away, working their way through all of the challenge.
I hope that it will be the same atmosphere like in 2016. It was such a great positive and emotional atmosphere. I always say it was for me a once in a lifetime experience, and maybe it's, how do you say it in English, a twice in a lifetime experience.
And we can confirm for Annie, it has been a twice-in-a-lifetime experience as she shared the emotion of watching the leg prosthesis race in particular yesterday. We have got more qualifying from Viz, so Bex, Julia, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Abby. We are ready for the second qualifying session, and again, a hush falls over the stadium. So we await the second go for both our teams here, for W Visions and for Sight Guide. Julia, we're hoping to see, especially for our Japanese team, hopefully some points on the board here. They were so close with the touchscreen.
They were very close. I saw them train just before in the arena, and I know they can do some of the tasks. So I really hope they can showcase their abilities and the ability of the technology.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Up on straight.
There is the possibility that we can see W Visions get into the final. Okay, we are back to this area where he was a little bit disorientated earlier. This task, which requires him to detect the empty seats and then show where the empty seats are using some objects.
Yes, this time it looks like he actually got some feedback. Let's see.
It does seem, Julia, a little bit calmer this time.
It does, yes. I think the nerves have calmed down a bit. And he moves on to the display. Okay, let's see if he gets the right seats. Okay, so the idea is that he has to remove the cubes that correspond to the position of the empty seats. Okay. Oh.
Yeah, I believe he's done it. Yes, 10 points in the bag.
Very good.
I'm so delighted for W Visions because it was a shaky start in the first qualifying, but that was really strong from Toko Momikitani there.
It's again scanning the environment. I think this technology is really interesting, like using this bird view to get like an overview of the environment is a nice approach.
Well, it's certainly effective, as we've just seen there, with those 10 points very swiftly in the bag. But it's interesting, yeah, because we are seeing different technologies. Some people have something placed on their torso, and with this is an aerial view, as you say. Okay, so what are we doing here with this task that we have in front of us now?
So the idea here is that they have to navigate a public space where a lot of objects, that was so close, where a lot of objects are placed on the ground. And as you can see, these objects have different sizes and different shapes, and that makes it quite challenging to find the right way. But he's doing really well so far.
I love just watching these moments as they're scanning, as he's working everything out.
And this area here is a bit more crowded than the beginning, so I think here it needs more feedback and a little bit more time.
Yeah, so you've got the chair, you've got obviously this clipboard type thing, which is there, the scooter and something else as well, which we can just see behind the standing.
Yes.
The bin.
Yeah.
He's doing really well here, though. You know, it's very focused.
Oh, it's tiny little steps to make sure he doesn't do a mistake, but I think he's nearly there. Let's hope he gets through.
Continuing to scan.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yes, 20 points. This is looking like a really successful run. You can tell the team are delighted already. So we're going to bypass some tasks now. We're back with Sight Guide. Henry already passed the opening 2 tasks, the dish up and the doorbell, which we saw him do very quickly.
Yeah, they're really incredibly fast on these tasks. You can really tell that they trained a lot and they optimized the technology.
Okay, now let's see if we can listen to the audio device here.
Bereit.
Ready?
You're our translator, Julia.
Yes.
Schild gefunden.
So it just said that it found the label, so it knows what label it is.
Regal erkannt.
So it recognized the shelf.
Reihe 4. Spalte 4.
So it said row 4, column 4. And that was very fast too.
Gosh, that was extremely quick.
So here you could also see that they really scanned the whole shelf at once. Some teams chose to scan product by product, so it really depends on the strategy, and some strategies are faster than others.
And we wait for him to move on for the green flag to be awarded.
But here's already scanning the environment in the next task. I think it's easier for the technology when you have some distance.
Yeah, when you're a bit further back. Okay, the green flag is raised for that, and he moves on now to guide himself through the objects.
Here's actually getting haptic feedback, so he's wearing a belt, and the belt vibrates on his skin, so he knows in which direction he has to turn.
Yeah, that's very clever technology as well, and we've seen quite a few devices using this haptic.
It is, yes, yes. And this belt is actually commercially available as well. So it's a technology that is used by people with a visual impairment.
Okay. And that is the task passed very swiftly.
Yes. Okay, we're back at the touch screen.
Back with the touch screen. Now, earlier on, he did well here, but we don't think he actually clicked onto the fruit salad. He found it, but he didn't click, maybe.
Yeah. Let's see how he does now. So you can also see this little sticker on his finger. I think that helps the algorithm to see where the finger is.
Still trying to find the fruit salad. There it is, we believe. Maybe it's so hard for us.
It's very hard to see. That's why I'm always so impressed by this task, because it's also super hard for us to see where the fruit salad is. And just also moving your finger in this small space, it's really challenging. Okay. And we're back with Henry.
Ah, the task has been failed by the the Japanese team. Let's head back to Hendry.
Okay, so also scanning the display.
Ready.
I think we saw this before as well, but I really like this approach where they have this frequency basically that indicates how far away it is from the object.
Right. Down.
Correct. Correct.
Oh, nice.
And effectively done again. And yeah, that frequency is interesting, you know, how high it increases the closer he's getting to what he is trying to find.
Yeah, it really reminds me of my car when I'm trying to park it somewhere.
So true.
It's like parking your finger on the salad.
For W Visions then, for Toko Momokitani, he has, with that score of 20 points, got himself into the final. So we will see him again and the team. This is such a difficult final task, Julia. We're trying to replicate, it's called Forest, and he has to try and make his way through. Let's watch.
Well, that's very close to the sideline, but I think it's still good. Very nice. So here's relying on the haptic feedback again, and he does that really well.
And that is 70 points for Sight Guide.
Yeah, the team looks happy.
But better performances from both teams on our second qualification here, for Momokitani and for Hendry. It's great to see. You know, he is happy now because we weren't so sure he was so happy for the first pass, but he is now. There's a big smile on his face. And the final beckons for our pilots in the visual assistance race, which we will see a little bit later on today.
Yeah, they look happy with themselves, they're talking.
Yeah, some great moments here. We were so delighted to see this because this was a task he was slightly disorientated on earlier, but it was a task pass this time for W Visions. Huge focus required, and the audience done such a good job again of keeping everything stable in the arena, the quiet that is needed for these pilots to absolutely focus. Some brilliant moments then, and I'm sure we'll see exactly the same when we get to the final a little bit later on today. Let's take a look at the results then for qualification of the Vision Assistance race. Confirmation then that we see Lucas Hendry there with the maximum points scored, 70. Peter Soyuk from yesterday on 60. Salome Nasheed on 30 points and into the final. And Toko Momokitani making the final. So there will be our 4 finalists a little bit later on today. Okay, what did you think of that then, Abby?
Let's find out. First of all, a huge congratulations to Lucas, 70 points, big smiles at the end of that race. It is done, well done to you.
Yes, thank you very much. We are very happy. In the first round, the belt is not doing what he did, and in the second, he's done. Yeah.
You made some of the tasks, I mean, it was extraordinary, particularly when you were having to listen to the frequency, to find the fruit salad. Some tasks that we've seen you do that other pilots have not managed to do.
Yes, and what do I say? It's different advices we use with the camera, the belt, and the voices. Yes.
And how is it being here in the Swiss arena? We have people watching very respectfully, but willing you on, but to have the spotlight on you and the pressure that must also create.
It's a great feeling, and it's also great to see other people from other pays or other lands, and very international. Yes, it's great.
Well, you said in your video the goal was to get to the final. With that score, I think it could be goal complete.
We will see. We will see.
Well, congratulations to the Sight Guide team and Lucas, particularly to yourself. Thank you so much for chatting. Well done. We are going to have a moment where we also show our respect for the referees. They have such an important job in CYBATHLON 2024 to make sure this is a fair and equal sporting competition. Let's find out about the refs' education.
Final preparations before training starts.
At the moment we're still finishing, packing up all the material. I don't know how many hundreds of little pieces we have for the CYBATHLON.
Instructor Mariona Munger knows exactly what kind of characters are needed to be able to do the job as a volunteer referee.
So one important characteristic is for sure being precise. However, the presence that you have as a person and the confidence is important as well, because otherwise it doesn't help that you're precise, but you can't show it and everyone thinks, oh, this person is so insecure.
Oriane Pierres is one of the volunteer referees taking part.
I wanted to be a referee because I heard it through my work that CYBATHLON was happening, and I find that I really like the concept of the conference. And yeah, now when I saw that I could participate as a volunteer, I wanted to be part of it.
In today's course, volunteer referees will be trained in the disciplines Vision Assistance Race and Exoskeleton Race.
Aber wenn es ein bisschen, also kann man schon eine Toleranz dann haben, oder?
Das, was ihr gesehen habt und was ihr von den Regeln her wisst, das zeigt ihr so an.
I think for me the hardest would be on the competition day to be like very exact, because I mean there will be many people and everybody will be excited, right? And everybody wants to do their best, so of course you feel the stress from others, right?
Die Regeln sind klar, die Teams konnten die Regeln auch lesen.
Okay. Auch wenn es keinen Einfluss hat auf deine Aufgaben.
Ja.
Ja, okay, gut.
Ja, das ist teilweise hart. Auf die Boxen stehen. Sie dürfen wie nicht einfach nur so machen.
Each task is discussed and demonstrated in detail, but questions keep coming up. The rules are precisely defined.
Sie können alles richtig gemacht haben und dann kommen Sie am Schluss noch hier dran. Und dann ist es ein Fail.
Den Tisch dürfen Sie nicht auch berühren, doch schon, oder?
Berühren schon,
aber
nicht verschieben, genau. The challenge is to like how much information is helping and what is too much. So what is relevant and maybe helps to understand the rule, and what is just additional information that it's more confusing. Wenn Sie die rote Flüssigkeit berühren, ist es ein Task Fail und dann müssen Sie noch das Glas auffüllen. Wenn etwas zu Boden fällt, was nicht an den Boden muss, ist Fail.
Und wann sagen wir, wann der Task ist Pass? I ask all situations and how strict we have to be, because I think it's better to follow strictly, because then for everybody it's fair, right? So if I just feel like, oh no, but I wanted them to succeed, they had so much energy in it, that would not be okay, of course. Also da könnte die Person fragen, ist es genug? Und dann würden wir Ja oder Nein sagen.
Ja.
Ah ja, okay.
Die Teams sagen teilweise auch, es sind so komplizierte Regeln, aber es sind dann auch oft die Teams, die dann kommen und fragen, ja, geht denn das? Und dann machen wir nochmals eine extra Regel. It's so a tedious work. You have those tasks, they seem simple, and then you have to add so many rules to just see that no one is cheating. Alles, was nicht verboten ist im Regelwerk, ist erlaubt. Wir haben da versucht, die Regeln immer wieder auszubessern, aber die Teams sind sehr gut im Schlupflöcher zu finden. Das heißt, die lesen die Regeln auch sehr genau. Das wäre dann ein Fehlstart. Gut. Dann fällt dir den Löffel am Boden. Task fail. Das heißt, wenn ihr dann nur so macht, schwierig, immer gestreckter Arm. Maybe I overplayed a bit on purpose, because then I hope that they lift their arms at least until here. Yes.
Now that I've been with this training, I feel like to reassure us, I think we're a team and we will manage to find a solution so that everything is done fairly.
It needs some confidence, and it's tricky for the referees, and the impact that you have to the project and to the races is of course higher than in other volunteer jobs. But I'm very positive. I guess that they're gonna grow into their role.
The training continues for a long time so that both teams and the referees themselves are satisfied at the competition.
And Oriane, that is featured in that video, is refereeing now, and we will go on to the exoskeleton as our next discipline. I am now joined by co-leader of CYBATHLON. It is Roland Sigris. Roland, thank you for chatting. This is day 3. How are you feeling? Because I know this is months and years of preparation.
I'm actually feeling very well, because I feel the spirit of everyone involved. So you see in the background we have a lot of volunteers, around 600. They are preparing the tracks for the teams. They are preparing them in the background, helping with security. They do an amazing job, and I would really like to thank all the volunteers involved, as well as all the crews that we have. Also to get the hubs around the world, connect with them, the volunteers over there in Korea, in Thailand. So we have referees there, which we educated from here, and all volunteers. It's really great.
And volunteers are just so essential for something that's on this kind of scale, and like you say, that it's global too. And they are very much in the spirit of CYBATHLON. And to your point there, the fact with the exoskeleton, we have a real hybrid event, and that brings its own challenges, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's a real challenge, but I think it works very well. So we can include the hubs around the world, we can include the pilots around the world. Sometimes it's a bit tricky to travel for everyone due to different reasons. And with this hub system, we can really include everyone around the world.
You can hear the applause now because the pilots are coming out. The crowds have been so behind these pilots. You just know how much it means to them. It's just extraordinary to be within touching distance of all of this.
Yes, we saw that also yesterday in the finals when the pilots were crying in the end due to different reasons. Some were very happy, some were a bit unhappy, but everyone is supporting. They are supporting each other, the teams are supporting each other, cheering for everyone. So it's a really good spirit I also feel from the teams here in Zurich.
And the community that CYBATHLON has created is also very special. We were talking to Team Hermes, who weren't able to come, and well, they came over but weren't able to compete because they haven't got their equipment for the strikes that were happening in Greece. But for them, and being able to see the other teams, be able to speak to them, and all be a part of advancing this technology is just wonderful.
Yeah, and what I hear from the teams, they like to exchange so much. So everyone is here to compete together, not only against each other. And they can exchange their experience, what they can do better with the technology, and this is really great, I think.
Oh, Roland, you've done such a wonderful job. Thank you for taking the time to come and chat to us. Congratulations. It is such a unique and special event.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going back to exoskeleton. Bex and Michael, over to you.
Thank you very much, Abby. Yes, it is the next qualifying session for exoskeleton. Second passes.
Second passes. Let's hope it also plays out now for Project March, because they had some technical difficulties in the first round.
They did have some technical difficulties. Hopefully it is going to be okay. There you can see Team Keist is leading the ranking right now on 60 points. Team Rise just on 10, back in 5th. This could... To be honest, it is going to be interesting to see how the teams, compete here. And also we have, right now in the running order, 2 of the same team, essentially, in the final. But we can't do that. So 2 teams can't be within the final.
No, it has to be one team from a local hub. So it's going to be interesting who's in the end really in the finals.
It really is. Team Kais, we got the thumbs up from the remote hub there. I have to say, they've been on fine form this morning. There's been, you know, a lot of whooping and hollering and support for their pilot, Sang-Won Kim. It is the Korean base that we're seeing here.
I really hope we get to see now the donning of the device. Let's see.
Yeah, so the donning and, you know, it takes time to put these devices
Absolutely.
on. It's not a swift item to actually attach to the body. And we're not seeing that, unfortunately. But the crowd are really awaiting now the fact that they can cheer on the pilots again as we get underway with this qualifying session. And we want to take a look at various elements. You were keen, Michael, to watch Team Keist walk freely in this segment, because we saw a brief bit of it earlier and it was very quick.
Yes, so they have a very special and unique exoskeleton, actually the only ones that places the batteries and the electronics in front of the pilot and not as a backpack. And this gives them some extra freedom to don the device. So it's like it can automatically walk towards the pilot and then don itself, which is really cool. And also some freedom to then walk quicker.
Yeah, so when we get to that walking segment, we will take a look at that with Team Keist. But kicking us off is Chiang Mai Exo 1.
And this device is really, it's much more lightweight than the others that we see. And that's also maybe at the cost a bit of walking speed. But you can see that the pilot is well trained and so is really ready to do these steps. And it seems like we have a little bit of a problem here. But since the device is so lightweight, right, they can
lift him up, yeah. I mean, you know, when you're looking at the technology and trying to create an accessibility for others around the world to be able to use this technology, and as you said earlier, this is still very much in development for people to try to be able to use it. Absolutely. Because a wheelchair is going to be something that they would naturally have first. But this option, who knows, in even 20 years' time, it could be something that people are using, and it needs to be accessible. It needs to have that cost element as low down as possible.
Absolutely, and so far it didn't arrive in society, unlike wheelchairs, for example, and so it's really still in the development phase.
Okay, Project March is what we're looking at now. They had a little bit of an issue earlier on.
It seems like they're still standing at the start, which does not look good for me.
We can already see the benches for the train.
No, this does seem to be maybe a continuing issue here. So this is Dan van der Heyden. Yeah, this is not great for them. Okay, we're on to the task that they were targeting here, because there will be specific tasks the pilots will look at, and some they're going to completely ignore. It's a very short time limit of just 8 minutes to try and complete 10 tasks, so they are going to factor in the ones that they want to go to.
You see the team from Chiang Mai Exo, they skipped the stairs tasks like most other teams, but now they actually have a parcel placed in the bag and it has to go on the table.
So that's what we're watching here on the main screen. You can see on the smaller screen, Team Keist.
Here you can see the exoskeleton now moving towards the pilot, hopefully.
So let's take a look at it, because this is something you mentioned earlier. You wanted to see how that Exo would, well, you've seen it before, of course, because you're very much in communication with all of these teams and their technology and knowing every intricate part of it. But how that Exo actually moves towards the pilot, which was what we're seeing right now with Team Keist.
Looks like it, yes. So meanwhile, Chiang Mai Exo seems to have completed the parcel task. We should see the green flag very soon.
Yeah, he's just about to cross over the line.
And
yes, green flag is raised. And Team Keist Exo is now moving.
Now you can
Look
see,
at them.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That's so cool.
it really feels like in the movies, right?
It does. You're absolutely right. You know, some teams are calling their exos, you know, a little bit like Transformers, and they are. But that's such cool technology.
And so far, it's really the very first team I saw that can that find a solution for this challenge to switch from the wheelchair to the exoskeleton, at least in this kind of way.
And we watch now then as he attempts to stand here in the exo. And you mentioned before, KAIST have had many years of development work on this technology. They've had their successes, their failures. They've known what's worked and what's not worked, and it's a continuing development. But for Dan van der Hayden here and Project March, this is not looking good. This is a real shame. Let's see if they can get going at all here.
For a moment, I thought they had resolved the issue because the pilot was standing in the device.
Okay, we're back with Chiang Mai XO1. We have 10 points in the bag. And we're watching also...
Now they're approaching the door.
So they're going to give the door a challenge here. Team KAIST, rather.
And what you experience here is something that is really very difficult to achieve with this technology. And this is stepping sideways with the exoskeleton, because it requires additional motors for the hip movement and also for the ankle at the feet. You can see that they're doing this really professionally. Now sitting down.
See how long it takes from the sitting and the standing position here then with Team KAIST. He's using the crutches to balance himself.
Oh, well done.
He's down, and then it's amazing how quickly he's able to get back up from that sitting position.
And that's very unique as well. Actually, I've never seen a device getting up so quickly as the one from Project March. Which, oh, it looks good. He's standing again.
Okay, that's good. So that's in reference to here in the arena with Project March. Can we see them get underway here? There was a round of applause from
yes,
the...
and it's
yes,
working.
we
Perfect.
can. We are underway.
Oh, I'm so glad for them.
Oh, that's a big relief, isn't it? Okay, let's see what task they move towards then.
They moved the chairs closer together, so they're probably not going to try it.
Yeah, we can see that there's a red mark on the first one, so we'll find out what they are going to attempt. And back then with Chiang Mai XO1, and they have already opened the door.
Now he's using a little tweak to close it. Let's see if it works.
He's trying desperately just to get his fingers in here and grasp the door near the hinge.
No, it's really challenging for the exoskeletons to turn. And that's why everything you can do without rotating your body is much easier.
It's not working this time. It did work beautifully, that tactic earlier. Okay, looks like we're lining up for this challenge.
We arrived at the parcel. Here the pilot has to take the baggage and then move it to the table. And this task is especially difficult for exoskeletons with crutches, because they don't have their hands free.
We've just seen here Team KAIST complete the free walking element, which is a green flag. You mentioned earlier, Michael, that you were so impressed to see the speed of the free walking. So he was not using his crutches in that area. He was relying solely on the exo.
You know, teams rely on crutches because it's very difficult to achieve balance within these exoskeletons, and pilots really have to make sure that their trunks are placed correctly.
Okay, he's closed the door.
Seems like he was able to do it.
Frustrating for him, though, because he did it so fast earlier, didn't he? It was just one fluid motion with the arm turned around, closed the door, and he moved on.
So let's hope to see the green flag. And what you can also see is that the pilot is really focused on the walking. That's because every single step has to be very precise. And he has to make sure that he always keeps balance.
It is the green flag. It was well worth it. 20 points now. And we move on. Going to miss this task, so they can now lift the pilot or help the pilot.
It seems like he's happy.
They're not moving on. They are finishing now. Yeah, their time limit is almost up as well.
And he's standing still again. Seems like there's another issue with the exoskeleton.
This is a real shame to see. Now we're back with Team Keist, who now we're seeing the reverse here, because we saw the exoskeleton being put on earlier, and now we're seeing it being taken off. I mean, the actual design of it as well, with the black and the shape of it, it's very Batman.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what it reminds me of looking at it. Talk to me about the use of what products they're using as the core for the exoskeleton. Because you mentioned the weight of it earlier, and certain components are going to be heavier, like the batteries, but the actual moldings around it, are we looking at carbon fiber there?
I think so, yes. So for Team Keist, they definitely used carbon fiber. As well as for the main structure, you have aluminum and other metals. But then there's also 3D printed parts, like you see here for Project March. So their covers, they are all 3D printed because it's much cheaper and more lightweight.
Okay.
And we're moving again, which is
and moving
again
at a good pace as well.
And you can really see that the potential of this device. It's a bummer that they have technical difficulties today.
Yeah, it's a shame. It really is, because it's a lot of work. And I mean, they want to show off the technology in this arena today to people around the world.
You see the speed with which he is walking along these tracks.
It is impressive.
Yes. And remember that these are just student teams. And we can see here Team Keist happy to have finished.
So Dan van der Heyden getting a huge, rousing round of applause as well from the audience here.
Unfortunately, time is up now for them. But it was still great to at least see the device walking.
It moved, exactly. It works, we know it works. It hasn't worked as effectively as they would have wanted it to here in this scenario, but these things can happen. But I am sure they're delighted that it did move for the crowd, for everyone to see here.
They also understand a bit their frustration.
Completely. Completely.
You know, it is a competition, and these things can happen.
Yeah, they would have wanted to do more. Unfortunately, it hasn't happened here for them this time around. And you can tell, Dan van der Heyden, who's worked with the team, he wants to show this off as well. He wants to show, what he can do and what the technology and himself can do together. And the build-up to this, event, the training that we talked about, the endless and ongoing development that's going on, and unfortunately it hasn't been able to be displayed quite the way they wanted to, but we have seen the EXO move here today.
And always remember, each step for them is a huge step, because naturally they're not able to move at all.
Exactly. Team Keist then with their EXO, and we've seen, of course, again in another remote outpost as well, Chiang Mai EXO team. We will see, of course, some of these pilots back for our final a little bit later on in EXO. But the highs and the lows of everything that comes within competition, Michael, it's right there for us to see today, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Some impressive technology, though, and I think a lot of people, if they are seeing this for the first time, will be mind blown by what what can be achieved out there and what can potentially come in the future as well. Let's take a look at the standings. Qualifying wise then for the EXO race, we can see Kim there with 60 points right at the top, then 20s for Crown Fan, for Skok, and for who we saw then, Chongwan Saudan Sin, who was part of Chiang Mai EXO 1. But obviously we have 2 Chiang Mai EXO teams within that overall standing, so we would then see the team in 5th position, Team Rise, move through to qualifying. Probably. Correct, exactly. Michael?
Mm-hmm. And let's see how they do in their second round.
Absolutely.
So they can still improve.
There is still, of course, more qualifying to come. Let's cross out to Abby.
Bex, thank you, and we are going to try and head to Korea. We have done, and first of all, congratulations Team Kais and to the pilot Kim, 60 points. You're at the top of the leaderboard in Exoskeleton.
You're at the top of the leaderboard in Exoskeleton.
Yeah, 우리 1등.
아직 끝나지 않았습니다.
And I hope that you can hear you are getting a huge and very deserving and appreciative round of applause here from the supporters inside the Swiss arena. Tell us about this technology, because the free walking part in particular was just spectacular to watch, and not needing the crutches.
So it's a great honor to show our new novel technology to self-wear the exoskeleton for people with complete paraplegia. This is done by automatic trajectory, which is optimized to the pilot's body. So we now can self-don and doff the exoskeleton. And actually, we could not show due to the time limit, but exoskeleton can also walk itself toward the pilot. So yeah, that's...
We'll show it next time. Because actually you can see it in our YouTube.
That's got to be a promise. We'd love to see that in action. And if you could ask the pilot, Kim, as well, what that experience was like for him.
경험이 어땠냐고, 이 경험이.
선다는 거를 잊어버렸는데 다시 걷는다는 것 자체가 굉장한 경험이고요. 그리고 이 워크로스트 F1이 저에게로 스스로 다가와서 제가 스스로 입고 벗을 수 있는 것 자체도 이 전 세계에서 볼 수 없는 그런 진귀한 경험과 앞으로의 큰 미래가 굉장히 발전적일 거라고 생각합니다.
Yeah, first he totally forgot walking experience, but it's a great experience to walk again. And second, in the world's first self-donning and doffing exoskeleton, it was a world's first experience. So yeah, it was very special experience for him. Yeah.
Congratulations. It was a special experience to watch. A huge respect to Team Kais. Well done. We are now joined by Robert Riener, who is the brainchild of CYBATHLON. This idea started in his mind, I'm sure even earlier than 2013, but we'll hear from Robert now about how this came into fruition, how this idea is now living out in front of us. Robert, thank you for coming to join us. This must be, I don't want to put my words into your mouth, but this must be incredible to see your idea in reality and being constantly developed.
Yes, it's really amazing to see the enthusiasm of these teams, of the pilots, how much they fight to just to participate, even if they're not performing as they want to, how did it grow, and to see these high-tech devices were developed by these teams. It's amazing.
And for you, Robert, this idea started in your brain as, you know, an abstract concept. To see it in reality, like you say, with this level of spirit, of communication, of collaboration, and of constant innovation, I can't imagine what that's like.
Yes, it's great. I mean, we develop these technologies in our labs as well, and I know how much effort it needs, how much expertise, how much knowledge you need, students and engineers and therapists who develop these technologies. And now they all came from other labs, and it's great to see my colleagues performing like this.
I have to say, when I'm looking at the students, I am in also disbelief for the fact that, you know, that's what they're doing in university. They are making future equipment and future technology that will support the lives of so many. I mean, it's just full of, everything about CYBATHLON is full of purpose.
Yeah, right. Everything is planned in very much detail. The great thing is, by designing these races with that special task that people have to do, we can kind of bring the developers to the right path to develop something which is meaningful for the people with disabilities.
Well, we're going to watch a video now, and I know, Robert, you're also interested because you've been doing so much media. This is what's been happening over the last few days, because the event here in CYBATHLON has just been absolutely enthralling and compelling. Let's have a look at a recap of the last few days.
What an amazing weekend it has been. CYBATHLON 2024 may be over soon, but the memories will live on forever.
For me, he's the winner. Because I am young, he's a little bit older, and for me, he's the winner.
CYBATHLON, where sport and technology come together.
This is a race. You have to keep going.
CYBATHLON, for a world without barriers.
The technology is like next level.
A sporting competition where not everything goes according to plan.
Oh! So close.
Well, I give so much adrenaline, so yeah, time seems to go a bit shorter.
It is not only difficult, but also challenging and stressful.
CYBATHLON, where emotions run high. CYBATHLON, where the impossible becomes possible. CYBATHLON, where the future starts now.
The future really does start now, Robert. Just looking at that, these few days have been so full of emotion.
Yeah, that's right. I just saw the future now as well and see the tears in the eyes of people, the energy they show in that event. It's really impressive and emotional.
I think it's because of that community we were talking about, the fact they are doing it for themselves, doing it for their teams and all the effort and hard work and hours that have gone into it, but then doing it for people that could also benefit.
Imagine the pilots, they trained since more than a year, some of them. They have a team behind with maybe 20 people. Here they have the audience and the big nervosity. They're highly intense and aroused and emotional. It's interesting, amazing.
In that video it said the future is now. Robert, what is the future? Where can this go?
Yeah, of course we want to bring these technologies or help bring these technologies to the market so that people can really benefit in a broad scale. But we also want to scale up this event by going maybe more to Asian countries to recruit more teams from there, to have more teams developing things, to do also some more for inclusion. We are not there yet. We still have to do a lot to do something for inclusion and for the promotion of development of better technologies.
The potential of CYBATHLON is absolutely extraordinary.
Yeah, right, and that's why I'm surprised myself. I thought maybe 12 years ago, I thought, let's organize a little event in a little hall, and now it's a big thing.
Well done. It's a joy, and it's every single emotion bottled into one. I think, don't know about yourself, I feel like people need a few days to recover from what has been such a heightened experience on so many levels.
Yeah, I agree. So it's, we all need to recover with good feelings, hopefully.
We are very grateful for your brain, Robert. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have got finals coming up this afternoon, and one of those finals will be for the wheelchair race. Well, over the last few CYBATHLONs, that has been dominated by the pilot, Florian Hauser. Let's hear more about Flo.
Ich bin der Florian Hauser,
zweifacher CYBATHLON-Champion und zweifacher Papi.
At home with Florian and Romina Hauser in Schlieren, Zurich. The two are proud parents of twins since 2 years.
Papi ist malen.
Ja.
Also kommt, schaut mal. So, so. Das Velo, das ist ein perfektes Velo. Jetzt machen wir noch das Trotti.
Ja.
Das ist ein sehr ruhiger Moment, ja. Und die sind ja selten. Es gibt so 3-4 Momente am Tag, oder? Und die genieße ich mega. Wenn du kurz in der Ruhe bist und wieder siehst, was du alles geschafft hast. Jetzt auch mit Rollstuhl eine wunderbare Frau gefunden. Auch das Geschenk hat, dass wir 2 Kinder bekommen. Das ist ja nicht, das funktioniert nicht ganz normal. Und wenn dann mal die Hektik vom Alltag kurz weg ist, einfach sich mal das wieder bewusst werden. Das ist
Time for lunch, cleaning, cooking, everything physical is done by Romina because of Florian's disability.
Eigentlich bin ich wende auf die Situation verrückt, wo wir manchmal drinstecken, wenn es besonders streng ist. Und vor dem Kind bin ich halt meistens die Lösung gewesen. Und jetzt hast du halt einfach nur 2 Hänge für 3 Leute anstatt für jemanden.
Hey. Machen wir noch Biene Meier?
Ja.
Nicht? Wow. Seit wir Kind haben, erlebe ich meine Behinderung noch mal ganz anders, oder? Und viel tragischer, als ich vorher nicht mehr wahrgenommen. Und jetzt ist wieder der Rollstuhl im Weg und es schafft eine grosse Distanz zu den Kindern. Alles, was sie am Boden machen oder irgendwie nicht in meiner Reichweite sind, habe ich einfach mega Mühe, um den Kontakt zu ihnen herzustellen, mit ihnen spielen, bei ihnen sein. Und das macht mir mega zu arbeiten. Und das einzige Positive daran ist, ich weiss, es wird noch besser. Willst du noch das Licht abstellen?
Das tut der Koch her?
Papi zuerst runterkommen, dann kannst du zum Papi kommen und dann das Licht abstellen. Und Papi helfen. Ei! Bravo!
Having twins is wonderful, but the burden is double, and especially with a disability.
Oh nein!
Auf einer Seite ist es mega geil. Ich finde es mega cool, sie miteinander zu haben. Sie haben etwas. Du machst alles einmal. Und nachher, wenn sie irgendwie in der Schule in ein Lager gehen, dann gehen sogar beide gleichzeitig und du hast nicht nur eins daheim. Und es erübrigt sich auch mega die Diskussion, denn, ja, haben wir jetzt noch das zweites Welle oder nicht? Die ganz künstlich befruchtet ist nur einmal die Prozedur. Also es gibt vieles, was einfacher ist, aber ich glaube, die ersten 3 Jahre sind einfach spektakulär.
Romina and Florian both work. They met during the rehabilitation phase after Florian's accident. She was his nurse. The two have become closer thanks to the very first CYBATHLON event in 2016.
Also es ist tatsächlich so, dass mein Bruder an der HSR gearbeitet und hat mir angerufen und gesagt, Romina, wir brauchen einen Pilot, wir wollen einen Rollstuhl bauen, der Stegen laufen kann. Weisst du irgendjemand?
Und dann bin ich so cool, dass sie gerade an mich gedacht hat.
Genau, und dann dachte ich, der Flo ist doch so eine Rampensau. Und dann habe ich ihm auf Facebook geschrieben, ob er Interesse hat und wenn ja, soll er sich bei meinem Bruder melden. Und dann haben die das tatsächlich zusammen gemacht.
Also zuerst mal hat sie mich ein paar Mal abblitzen lassen.
Weil eben mit Patienten sicher nicht, auch nicht mit Ehemaligen. Also ich bin jemand, der sehr strikt ist mit dem und es ist auch richtig. Und darum ist das für mich auch eigentlich klar gewesen, dass da nie etwas daraus wird.
Florian not only met his current wife at the CYBATHLON, but the now 35-year-old was also extremely successful in sports. In both 2016 and 2020, no one could hold a candle to him. Hauser was the first twice.
CYBATHLON ist einfach super, weil es Bedürfnis aufzeigt. Eine grosse Masse an Menschen. Nur so wird man darauf aufmerksam und so Plattformen sind super. Und was auch ganz schön ist, dass es in einem freudigen Format zeigt, in einem coolen Format. Und nicht mit Klavier untersetzt und einer schaut auf den See raus und erzählt, ja, aber es ist genau das, du findest es cool dort zu sein und nicht schlimm. Parat! Ich kann nicht mit ihnen allein sein. Und gleichzeitig kann aber die Romina auch nicht einfach mal sagen, jetzt schaust du auf, Kind, ich gehe. Und je älter sie werden, desto näher kommen sie aber, desto länger kann ich mit ihnen allein sein. Ich freue mich halt mega drauf, dann irgendwann können etwas mit ihnen allein machen. Und im Gegensatz, also im gleichen Atemzug, dass die Romina mehr Zeit für sich allein hat. Und das Coole daran ist, es wird nur besser. Also jeden Tag kommen wir dem ein Stückchen näher. Challenge accepted und wir ziehen jetzt durchkommen, was wir wollen. Ja? Und wir bleiben positiv.
Meistens.
Außer wenn wir uns gerade an die Gurgel gehen, aber sonst.
And we aim to speak to Florian Hauser in the afternoon session, the final session of this global series of CYBATHLON 2024. We are going to take a very short break. When we come back, it will be the final qualifying run of the exoskeleton.
Mein Name ist Michel Fornasier und für mich hat die Zukunft längst begonnen. Mir ist es wichtig, dass Technik der Menschheit dient, sie unterstützt, ihnen Hand bietet und den Alltag so erleichtert. Fortschritt ist Lebensqualität, welche man mit gutem Gewissen auch nutzen darf. In dieser Hinsicht ist EKZ für mich ein verlässlicher Partner, denn sie bieten Lösungen, die mich begeistern.
Willkommen zu Hause, Michel.
EKZ gestaltet Energiezukunft und versorgt zuverlässig, ökologisch und günstig mit Strom. EKZ, stolzer Partner des CYBATHLON.
The scene is set, the track is ready for the final EXO race, and your commentators, of course, are Bex.
Bex and the wonderful Michael alongside me as well, who's been so insightful with all of the knowledge that he has on exoskeletons and life in general. Quite frankly, Michael, we like your take on life. You've got a good vibe.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, always good to know. This is going to be the final qualifying session in totality now, before our finals of the day, which are coming up a little bit later. How impressed have you been with what you've seen this morning?
It's incredible. There are so many different designs that I wouldn't have expected.
But that's good, isn't it? You know, seeing complete diversity in the technology out there. And, you know, how much do the teams learn from each other? You know, when they get here to CYBATHLON, there's a great camaraderie of spirit, but everyone is having a little look around each other's technology, I'm sure, to see which way they're doing things.
They learn a lot. And we also see this when we look at the development over the last 4 years since CYBATHLON 2020. So there was a lot of exchange between the teams going on.
Okay, so we understand that Chiang Mai is not actually going to start here. They, remember, had 2 pilots already scoring exceptionally well. They're in the final anyway. They're going to be saving some energy here, apparently, so we're not going to see them doing a second qualifying session. I love watching these little moments, listening in. I feel like we're spies here right now. Jessica did a great job earlier. It's Team Rise we're looking at, which Michael was telling us, you know, very, very early on in the development of their X. So it's only a year since they've kind of all come together.
Yes, and you really see a mixture between student teams like Varileg and also Team Rise, who don't have that much time to develop their exoskeleton, and then other already very professional teams like we have seen with Team Keist.
Yeah, Team Keist are topping the table right now in terms of the points awarded, of course. And we will be really keen to see how the final goes a little bit later on, but the final qualifying sessions are about to get underway for us in just a few moments. And a reminder that there is a time limit on this of 10 minutes, and there are 10 tasks, but as we've seen previously, and as Michael has told us many times now, it's not in the least bit enough time to be able to do all of these 10 tasks.
Absolutely not. And you can clearly see the difference between this discipline and other disciplines, right, where we even achieved full scores.
Yeah.
That there's still a long way to go with exoskeletons.
Yeah, still a long way to go, but still, Michael, hugely inspiring technology.
Absolutely.
It really is, and it is making such a difference. And we heard it from one of our pilots earlier. You know, he was like, the ability to be able to walk again. Kind of forgotten what that was like.
And you see it on the faces of the pilots, this moment when they can stand up.
Okay, so we bypass for Team Rise a few of the tasks here, which is exactly what we saw earlier. We heard Team Rise supporters very much singing in the audience earlier on, motivating Jessica, the pilot.
Now we experience how they stand up with the device. And everything has to be very smooth.
It is very smooth. So we move on to the moving parcel task.
Absolutely, and this one is challenging because most of teams have crutches in order to keep balance, but to move a parcel you have to have at least a hand free.
So how are they going to get around this then? Well, we can see something tucked into her harness here at the top, and that is
a shopping bag.
Yeah. And into the shopping bag then the parcel goes. And this is the way now she's going to be able to transport it to the table.
And you can feel how she's super concentrated.
But you talked about here the, you know, keeping balance and stability, and she, you know, she had two hands really very busy there, not on the crutches.
And that's why she was making sure that she stands very good to have good balance, and then she was able to grab the parcel.
It's looking good for Jessica so far.
And you can see how many human joints are involved in this walking movement, right? So this device now has a total of 10 motors, so 5 motors each leg, just to be able to walk forward and sideways.
Yeah, because for the pilots who are using this, paraplegic, they don't have use of their limbs. The muscles are not being stimulated.
Yes.
So how difficult then is it when they get into the exoskeleton?
So the muscles are not stimulated, and they also don't get feedback from the muscle in terms of force, like felt force. And so it's really hard for them because they have to do all the balancing with their trunk, with the chest.
Okay, we move on to Team Verileg Enhanced now. And this is the device for which we see pilot Rolf in right now, which transforms from a wheelchair into an exoskeleton, and he does not require crutches. So you'll see why in a moment.
This device doesn't really fit in a category, because actually it would belong to 2.
Yeah, it does belong to 2 categories. It is multifunctional. But you can so see how in the future, this with obviously more development into this, that it could work for people.
Yes, and we have experienced how hard it is to walk with these devices, and sometimes how slow you have to walk in order to get from A to B. And so having a hybrid where you can move as a wheelchair for the big distances, but then still have the advantages of standing up, really pays out here.
So slow movements as Rolf makes his way to the first task that he is going to hopefully complete.
And I always find it fascinating how like the system plays together. So you have the walking movement, but then also these integrated crutches that help with stability. And so, the advantages, right?
Yeah, no. He has exactly both hands free to be able to pick up the package and then move forward. You know, that's exactly what we saw with Jessica. She had the bag in front of her that she unfolded, managed to get into the bag, but then she had to go back onto the crutches. Here, Rolf has the freedom of movement of his upper body with his arms to be able to carry all kinds of things and still be able to move here.
And you know, since the exoskeleton takes over all of the balancing, it's much easier for him also.
Yeah. Okay, we're back with Jessica. Almost at the point.
To be able to... don't drop it.
Yeah, exactly. Don't drop the box. If she drops the box, it is a task fail. But she's got it onto the table.
Nice.
Excellent.
Can Rolf do it too?
Oh, yeah, it was a throwing motion and it didn't catch us out. We thought that box might have fallen on the floor, but it's okay. Rolf with a more aggressive strategy to lowering the box to the table there, but nonetheless,
he looks
it worked.
very confident, so I think he trained it a lot.
Yeah, I think so.
You should see the green flag. Yes, there's task passed.
Green flag, and that is 10 points on the board. He is so calm, isn't he? He did this earlier, played to the crowd, getting everyone to ramp up the atmosphere.
You know,
here.
Swiss professionalism. That's
absolutely.
what we see here.
Okay, so he continues then to move on. We're still with Jessica, who... Oh, we have a red flag here.
Maybe the crutch went outside the task area.
So the two pilots we're watching here have already qualified, so this essentially is a little bit of training for them here.
Yes, I would also say a little bit of showing off, right? Because their devices are so cool.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, all the Exos we've seen so far, the fact that there is a device out there that is able to do this, to keep a body upright and a body in motion.
And I actually talked to one of the pilots, and he told me that like this feeling of being able to stand again and to like talk to people eye to eye is really important.
Yeah, we certainly heard that from Team Keist,
yes,
didn't we? He said, you know, that the feeling of being able to walk again, so important.
And now obviously the free walking task, which is a huge challenge for most teams, is not a problem if you have integrated crutches.
No, exactly. I mean, he can keep his arms completely free here. He is relying solely on everything. Below the waist working here with the crutches and the exo legs moving. So you can see the team support here actually holding the device, and obviously this is allowed. Michael, tell us why.
Yes, and this is allowed for pure safety reasons, because a lot of these devices are still in early development phase, right? There's always a case where something can go wrong.
Sure.
Where the device could get stuck and so on, and then it's important to have these people around who can help catching the pilot
if anything should happen. Okay, let's see if we get a green flag here. We should, I believe. Yes, and there it is.
Perfect.
20 points accumulated here by Verileg Enhanced on their second qualifying session. So now we're going to see a little bit of a change here, aren't we? We can already see one of the team members behind ready with the wheels.
And so still this, since it's the first prototype, they still have to mount the wheels manually to the exoskeleton. But they were talking about how they could also automate and improve it.
Yeah, I am sure the next time we potentially see that exoskeleton in an event like, well, the next CYBATHLON, we could well see that already happening. They're already mounted and they're already underway, because the development process seems to happen, I'm sure, for the people involved in it, it's slow. But then for us, for the outsiders, it's quick.
It's slow, but it's steady. And this is what I really think there lies the potential. Because they're not stopping, they're not giving up, they're really focused on achieving it at one day.
Okay, so we are looking like we're going to attempt this task, which we did see him go through earlier, I believe. Did we not?
No, we did not.
No, we did not. With someone else.
He actually managed these two tasks earlier as well. It's so amazing how you always see her smiling. Like everything that happens, it just makes her smile.
Yeah, she had a great first qualifying run, and we're going to be seeing her in the final. We're seeing them both.
I think they're going to the finish line.
Yeah, by the looks of things. You know, conserve a little bit of energy for that final, Michael.
Yeah, you have to be ready.
They're going to need it. Yeah, it's going to be, I think it's already been, in terms of the atmospheric joy that has been in this stadium so far this week. I think this afternoon we'll just ramp it up with our finals. Rolf is also going to be competing in the wheelchair as well. So
I think so.
Yes.
So it's super stressful for him.
He's got a lot going on this afternoon. He's a busy man.
But
so he really needs to be on the top of his game.
And it's also because he jumped in, right, for another pilot in the exoskeleton race that unfortunately had to drop out.
Yeah, that's a shame. Well, we've seen, a few moments like that, whether it be for pilots or for teams as well. We saw the Greek team earlier.
Yeah, and I mean, it's still live. Anything can happen, right?
Yeah, of course. And we wait for that. Okay, we're going to have a look at the overall rankings right now for the qualification session. You can see Team Keis there with the maximum point score on the board. And I think it is going to be really interesting to see, you know, from our teams who will go through to the final, and that is Keis, Chiang Mai Exo, Verileg Enhanced, and Rise will go through as well, because of course we have two Chiang Mai teams there within that top four. So we will see Rise move in to the qualifications, to the finals rather, not the qualification sessions. They've done that. It's the final coming up. Losing all focus here, Abby, save me.
Yes, we are down here and we're speaking to Rolf and to Sylvia of Verileg Enhanced. First of all, congratulations. Rolf, you've got a busy day because you're through to the finals in 2 disciplines. This is an extraordinary piece of equipment, and just see it operate like a transformer, really. Tell us about that experience.
It's just really easy to walk with this device. Yeah.
And here in front of the fans, and just seeing their appreciation of what this technology and you as the pilot of it can do.
Yeah. And that's not a problem. I have time to wave the...
We saw that. You were absolutely playing to the audience and encouraging their support. An absolute athlete you must be. You like the competition?
Yes. It's really funny.
Well, you are third in the standings, so we know that you're through to the final. And Sylvia, this is a busy time for you. You've been in development of this. It's now in fruition, and 2 disciplines that you're taking care of.
Yes, for us it's still basically 1 discipline, because wheelchair and exoskeleton are both mobility aids for people with paraplegia. I see it as 1 discipline. We just have 2 devices there.
Honestly, we've been watching lots of videos on you, and I am just in awe of your brain.
Thank you so much.
I've got to say that. I mean, I'm in awe of so much of CYBATHLON, but particularly the development of what will benefit so many people. So I'll let you get prepared for what's coming up. Bex, let's just bring you in. What a morning we've experienced so far.
Yeah, it's been an incredible morning so far, Abby. It really has. Michael, I've enjoyed it. You've enjoyed it.
Yes,
There's more to
absolutely.
come, though. What can we expect from the final? Because we've got some strong competitors.
Yes, so we have 3 teams with very similar points, and then obviously Team Keist with 60 points, so 40 more than the second one. But what we have seen in their second round, where they also just achieved 20 points, is that, you know, anything can happen, and so I'm still looking forward to it.
Anything can and will happen, I'm sure. The finals are coming up. Abby, we are very much looking forward to it. Hopefully you are too.
Yeah, absolutely. Bex and Michael, thank you so much for your hard work. We're going to have a very short break, and it is short because we have got so much to look forward to this afternoon. It is finals time.
Exciting finals are waiting for us with the teams fighting for the top position. We're expecting captivating races in this final round where pilots give their best one last time.
A great morning, and as we said, there is more to come. The finals of 4 disciplines. Make sure you join us because it is the climax of CYBATHLON 2024. Look forward to seeing you very soon.
CYBATHLON, where skillful pilots team up with new technologies to accomplish stunning things.
CYBATHLON macht glücklich.
우리가 포기할 수 있는 일들을 가능하게 만들어줍니다.
Wir treten mit und gegeneinander an.
Teams from countries around the globe fight to win the competition. Which team will present the smartest technology? And who has the best pilot? CYBATHLON competitions include 8 disciplines. They all call for skill, precision, concentration, and endurance. Robotic wheelchairs climb stairs. Prosthetic arms feel out and pick up hidden objects. And exoskeletons let paralyzed legs walk again. Intelligent assistive technologies help simplify the everyday lives of people with disabilities. Technology, competitive spirit, emotions. CYBATHLON is all of that.
CYBATHLON is all of that and so much more. A very warm welcome to the final session of this global edition of CYBATHLON 2024. We've had a spectacular few days. This event itself is absolutely extraordinary. It brings together the power sport, everything we love about global competition, as well as human stories, and the most compelling of those. Alongside it, and at the very heart of it, is the advancements of technology so that it can elevate and enhance the lives of those living with disabilities. The idea was born out of ETH Zurich, the tech university in the heart of the city. And for this week only, we have been in the Swiss arena in Kloten in Zurich, and it has been transformed for this CYBATHLON event. Usually you would come and enjoy ice hockey here, but as I mentioned, we've got a final day for you, the final session. We've had 8 disciplines, we've got the final of 4, and we've got 67 teams from 26 countries. It really is a global event, and you can compete locally in the spirit of inclusion and sustainability and equality, and we've seen that this morning and we'll see that this afternoon in the Exoskeleton, so that you can take part in this from your local hub, or you can take part in front of this live arena and all of the support that is just forthcoming. As I mentioned, we've had a brilliant morning so far, so much on the edge of your seat action, heartfelt, compelling, motivating, full of inspiration and motivation. Here are the highlights.
Sunday morning started with the Exoskeleton Races. Team Keist successfully completed 6 out of 10 tasks. Pilot Songwon Kim was consistently precise and fast. We will see him again in the finals. We've also seen a lot of different devices in the Vision Assistance race this morning. In the final qualification run, local hero Lukas Hendry from Switzerland had a fantastic second run, scoring 70 points. Lukas Hendry will be joined in the finals of the Vision Assistance race by Peter Solyok from Hungary, Salome Nachette from France, and Toko Momokitani from Japan. The Exoskeleton races are incredible to watch, especially because the team's equipment is so different. Varileg and Hans from Switzerland, they can change quickly from wheelchair mode to exo.
Now we're just looking at those scenes because I'm delighted to be joined by Sylvia Rona, who's the team leader of Varileg and Hans. And we saw there your pilot, Rolf. You are involved in so much today. It's a huge day for you and the team.
It is a huge day and we're so excited. We're going to be in both finals, the wheelchair final and the exoskeleton final.
And this has been, I can imagine, months, years, dare I say, in development?
Yes, in fact, it's been years. For the wheelchair, it's rather on the side of months because we don't have a huge lot of novelty inside there. But for the exoskeleton, which is basically a wheelchair, we've been working on that for 3.5 years now.
And to now see it come alive and in action and to watch it, if you didn't see this morning, they're in for a treat in their final session because it's It's like watching something in the future, Sylvia. It's almost like watching a movie, right? But this is real stuff and hugely impactful for those that it can benefit.
Exactly. We're really hoping to push the frontiers of technology in the assistive technology field.
You absolutely are. You are a pioneer in this field. Sylvia, how on earth did you get involved in this?
It's been a long road for me. It's been more than 15 years since I've started in rehabilitation robotics. I was more on the therapeutic device side, and now I switched a bit more to the assistive device side, but it's all the same. It's mostly neurologic patients and neurologic patients which are not patient anymore, but who are integrated in their everyday lives, and I just want to lower the barriers there.
You really are lowering the barriers, but you've also had some challenges to deal with because you had Thomas Krieg that was meant to be competing in the exoskeleton. What was the situation there?
I'm so sorry for Thomas. He was meant to be our exoskeleton pilot in the enhanced hybrid, but he fell ill. He has an inflamed shin, and with a shin, with an inflammation, you cannot walk in an exoskeleton. You're mobile in the wheelchair. Unfortunately, he has to stay in a hospital right now.
That's such a shame, and we wish Thomas well wishes, but Rolf has certainly stepped up to the mark, quite literally.
Absolutely. It's nothing new for him as well. He used to walk in the enhanced hybrid as well because he likes walking. So we have two pilots who are experienced in the enhanced hybrid, and we have Rolf as the second pilot in the wheelchair. So we have in our user group people who are able to control our devices.
What a great situation. And Rolf seems to be lapping up the support from the audience as well.
Yes. He used to be a motocross pilot, so he loves competitive situations, and he's actually more the competitive type. So with the enhanced hybrid, he's a bit bored. Actually, he started waving around and stuff, but it's fun for him, yes.
And how has this experience been for you? I'm sure I can hear it in your voice, so full of passion, so full of adrenaline. But what will you take away from this in order to keep continuing the development?
Actually, the CYBATHLON for us is mostly a place to network with other teams, to exchange on technology, on ideas, mindset. So for us, the big benefit of the hub here, the big hub in Zurich, is that we can exchange with other teams.
It's all about collaboration. Sylvia, good luck this afternoon in both disciplines. Thank you for running up these stairs to join us. Our first final today is going to be Viz. So this is all you need to know about the Vision Assistance Race.
The next CYBATHLON challenge discipline today, the Vision Assistance Race. One of the tasks pilots have to complete is to navigate a forest landscape with objects at different heights, such as branches hanging from trees. Pilots are asked to navigate through the maze of randomly positioned objects. Then they follow a footpath without touching the ground along the path. Again, the course runs in various directions. Pilots have no knowledge about the route in advance. Next, pilots are asked to order a fruit salad by pressing the corresponding icon that is randomly placed on a touch screen. They must not touch any of the other icons. And then pilots are required to identify empty seats, as they would be required to on a train or when visiting a theatre. Once they have found free seats, they indicate their choice by removing the corresponding small blocks. Pilots earn 10 points for each task. Whoever completes the most tasks in the fastest time wins the race. The time limit in this race is 8 minutes.
So the athletes, and they are known as pilots, they are now in place. They're coming into the arena. That's Hendry, and we've seen them in qualifying today. This is Nasheed here. Such a huge occasion. Remember how much has gone into this preparation. And Moma here Mokotani here has just been so full of enthusiasm. And Peter, too, we were speaking to him yesterday and how much this means to him. And he's actually a comic as well, so he's brought that positivity. Bex Williams and Julia Amos, this should be an extraordinary final.
Well, you just built it up for us, Abby, as if we weren't nervous enough, Julia, right now. We are so looking forward to it. It's going to be a thriller, yes?
It is, yes. I'm really curious to see who does best. I think in this race it's really not clear who the winner is going to be, so I'm very curious to see how it goes.
Yeah, we saw serious strengths from our pilots in qualifying, and I'm so delighted to see the lineup that we have here right now. And again, I'm sure we'll hear the hush in the stadium before we head out and of course get these finals underway. But what a journey all of them have had to this point.
Yeah, I think some of the teams have been working on the technologies for years, so it's really been a long journey, and it all led to this moment, so we're very excited to see how they will do.
So am I, and diverse technologies at that as well. And Julia, who is alongside me as the expert and has been here throughout the weekend, so a big thanks to you, Julia, for everything that you've contributed so far. She will be talking through all of the technology that we see so far. Let's take a look at the teams and how they line up ahead of this final in the Vision Assistance race. Okay, so we have on the arena floor here 4 teams: AI, iRider, Sight Guide and W Visions. Let's meet the pilots behind the teams.
In this race, let's take a look at who is lining up in the Swiss arena. On track number 1, they've already competed in qualifying earlier today. All the way from Japan, we welcome Team W Visions and pilot Toko Momokitani.
So it was a great second qualifying session this morning for W Visions, which sees them in the final. 2 tasks successfully completed. What can they do now in the final?
On track number 2, we welcome from France, Team AI and Salomé Nasheed.
For Salome, then, we saw her complete 3 tasks in the qualifying, keeping her composure despite having a little bit of a glitch. She is so keen, has worked so well with this team to show off this technology to its absolute optimum.
On track number 3, it is from Hungary, Team iRider and pilot Peter Scholjok.
For Peter, he had a great qualifying, notching up 60 points. Really confident, composed, and that was evident across those sessions. And he will certainly be keen to replicate or better that now in the final.
And completing this lineup in the final on track number 4, it is the home team from Switzerland. We welcome Team Sight Guide and pilot Lucas Henry.
It was just this morning that we saw Lucas make sure of his place in the final in the Vision Assistance race with the biggest haul of points, the most tasks completed, very coolly and composed. Ultimate focus. Okay, we have met our pilots. This is the final then of the Vision Assistance race. Julia Amos alongside me. We have 4 incredible pilots, 4 incredible teams with different technology getting themselves now ready to start here. Couple of moments to go before we are underway with the final. Julia, you mentioned the journey, you know, it's been years for some of these teams developing this technology, which ultimately they want to help others. And this is the entire point of everybody coming here to CYBATHLON, share ideas, share, you know, what can be in the future, but also give accessibility to others.
Absolutely, yes. So according to the World Health Organization, 1 in 6 people live with a disability. So if you think about this is a large number.
Yeah.
And making it more inclusive for these people should be a goal for all of us.
Okay, you can see the countdown on the clock has begun. It will be Toko Momokitani from W Visions that kickstarts.
5, 4, 3, 2,
1, go.
So he's again skipping the first 2 tasks. This is a strategic decision because they only have 8 minutes to complete all of these tasks. So sometimes you need to choose which ones they're best at.
So the device he uses, it is aerial. You can see what he's using here. Talk us through exactly what is on the end of that pole.
So they have a depth camera at the end of the pole, which creates a map of the environment. And the special thing about their device is that they create this aerial view. So this enables them to really scan the environment in quite a short amount of time.
So you can see that he has already taken out his stick to navigate now, so he is satisfied with what he's seen through the camera.
Yeah, he's getting acoustic feedback through the headphones, so in this case we don't hear it, but he does, obviously. And he's now selecting the cubes that correspond to the empty seats.
That's great.
Oh, it's a task fail, unfortunately. He did pass that task earlier in qualifying.
Yeah, he missed one of the empty seats, unfortunately.
Okay, Salome Nasheed for AI then is underway. And she has opted to go for this opening task of dish up, where she has to carry the dish. She could have picked up the tray if she wanted. It's okay to pick up just the dish. But you can tell how much stability she needs here.
Yeah, here the challenging part is really to not spill any of the soup or imaginary soup that is in the dish.
Okay, and she needs to then locate where the table is.
But she's doing really well, really tiny movements, very concentrated. Oh.
Yeah, and
yeah.
she's got the dish down. And the next task, we will listen to this because she will be using her own senses to factor in how full the glass will be. And she successfully puts the glass down onto the table.
You can feel the tension in
you
the air.
really can. You know, when the audience have been asked to respectfully keep quiet, and it does really, you know, the tension is palpable then. Okay, Peter then for iRider underway. And he had a good qualifying session, Julia.
He did. He's very good at this task. We also already saw him in the challenges a couple of months ago. He really trained that. He's really a pro at the dish-up task. You can also see that he's a little bit nervous. You see his hand trembling a tiny bit.
Yeah, there is a little tremble there, isn't there? But understandable. We are in the finals now of our Vision Assistance race. All these pilots have had 2 qualifying sessions to get them to this point.
But so far they're doing really well, all of them. And this is a task pass.
Excellent. We have some points in the bag then for Nasheed and Soyuk.
Lucas from the Swiss team started as well. He's trying the first task, the dish up too.
So again, he'll be listening.
And very fast here too. Now he's looking for the lid.
Okay, we're back with Peter now, and he has to identify which seats are free here.
So here we're mimicking a situation that you would, for example, have in public transport or in the cinema, where you want to find a seat to sit down, but you don't want to touch the people that are already seated.
And Peter is using an app here.
He does. So the team developed Let's See, which is a freely available app. And they tuned the test to fit the test that they have here in the CYBATHLON. But I really like that it's accessible worldwide and that really everyone could use it potentially.
Yeah, that is a very strong feature, isn't it? So Peter then kind of going behind now as well to establish where the empty seats are, and then he has to show it with the blocks.
He seems quite confident.
Yeah.
And that's
a green flag. So that is now 40 points.
So far he really managed all the tasks.
30 points. He's done really well, hasn't he?
He did,
yeah.
yes.
30 points in the bag then. And Nasheed is on 20. And Hendry unfortunately failed that first task.
Yeah, I think he spilled some of the water, which is considered a task fail. But I'm sure he will do great on the next tasks.
So he is at this point with the chairs and trying to establish that, while Peter has moved on to the grocery section where he has to correctly identify.
Which he did. Very
He is very quick, Peter, here. So that's 40 points now.
Salome is also moving forward quite quickly, which is very nice to see. And she's now scanning the environment of the next task to prepare herself to navigate this virtual space.
So with Salome's equipment, how does it differ to the others, or is it similar?
So Salome has a camera at chest height, which scans the environment and creates a map. So in that sense, it's quite similar to the solution of the Swiss team. She also uses a smartphone from time to time for some of the tasks. And she's purely relying on acoustic feedback.
Okay, so for Peter here now, he has to, he's on the finder task, basically, and he has to make sure that he picks up the correct object.
Yes, and this task, we're mimicking a scenario where you misplace an object and you need to re-find it in a disorganized environment. Okay, and the Swiss team is at the grocery tasks.
And that was a pass for Peter. So that's 50 points now in this final. We're still with Hendry here. We can see in the top window here, Momokitani, who's just moving on from the colours task. So Hendry has moved past that task.
And Peter arrived at the footpath, so here he needs to navigate the footpath without touching the ground. And he's making really tiny steps to be sure to not accidentally step on the ground.
Peter is doing very well. He has got the most points in the bag here in our final.
He is.
Oh, so close. Oh, unfortunately, a foot on the ground here, and that is a pass-fail.
Okay, go.
That was so close.
It was very, very close then. He did manage that in the first qualifying session, I think. He managed to get through that one.
He did, yes, and also see him compete before where he managed to do the task, but not today.
Okay, we're with Hendry now in what is this very messy sector. He has to negotiate his way through those objects. Unfortunately, it's a pass-fail for Salome here. Let's move on.
Restart.
So Hendry is restarting the device. It looks like he couldn't correctly map the environment. And he's moving on to the next task.
Okay, we're on the final task now with Toko Momokitani from the W Visions. We think that, it's a task fail. He's just clipped that outer area. That's a real shame.
Yeah.
Because they did really well in qualifying. They had 20 points in the bag.
Yeah, they did. I think it must be the nurse. I mean, the pilot is also only 18. So.
He's so young, 18 years of age. They've done really well, and it's a big thing to come here from Japan and compete at CYBATHLON. They've done so well.
Salome is also doing great today. She arrived at the touchscreen task. So here they need to order the salad. So unfortunately, the time is already over. So I guess this task won't count anymore.
Okay, and this is it. You know, it's an 8-minute time limit here that we have, and it's pretty tight, isn't it, for the guys and girls to get through? Certainly.
Go ahead.
Back with Peter, who is doing exceptionally well. You can see though it's just over 6 minutes. His team are advising that he bypasses this maybe.
You can go ahead. Try to turn it on, please.
So there seems to be some technical issues, but we're back with the Swiss team. Oh, they really do really well on this task. They're very fast. I think it's impressive to watch. And you can see the acoustic feedback or hear the acoustic feedback.
Left 1.
So the device is telling him where to place the fabric.
Left 2. right, 2.
And that was very smooth.
It's very smooth, isn't it?
So he still needs to cross the start line. The finish line, sorry.
So we're looking at a bit of a battle for second position right now because Peter has completed and, you know, he is 60 points and that is not going to be beaten by anyone out there right now. So the battle for second position overall in the Vision Assistance race between Hendry and Nasheed.
Let's see how it goes. So he arrived at the fruit salad.
There's not a lot of time left here, though, for Hendry.
No.
Unfortunately, it's less than 20 seconds we're hearing.
10 seconds now.
He's still waiting for the task, but time is running out here for Hendry on what has been the final for the Vision Assistance race. And result-wise then, you know, as the all the pilots now are completed and we've seen how they've done out there, they're all waiting for everyone to complete before the stadium applauds their efforts here. But for Team iRider, it is success here. And for each... This is what it's all about, though, isn't it?
They look happy.
This incredible spirit that we're seeing here at CYBATHLON this year.
Yeah, very happy for them, especially since they had some issues with the device in the qualifying rounds. So that's been very nice to see.
Yeah, for Hendry, he was the top qualifier points-wise, but it is Peter Solyuk and Team iRider who take the gold in the Vision Assistance race.
Yeah, I think here it's really, if you take technologies out of the lab in a more or less real-world scenario, it's just, there's so much that could go wrong.
Yeah, so much. Yeah, it's so different, isn't it? It's a stressful environment that we're placing them into. We're placing them under a time pressure, for one, as well as the fact that they're in this huge stadium. But Peter handled all of the task today. You can see the nerves, you know, the tremble here as he's pouring the water into the glass. But he got over those nerves, Julia.
He did really well. All of them did really well.
They all did really well, exactly. You know, we are putting these pilots into, you know, a very stressful situation, asking them to showcase this technology, but do it in a competition as well, which they are all relishing. But we have to accept the fact that there is going to be nerves involved with that as well. It is a supreme performance, and it's been an excellent camaraderie of spirit between all of our pilots. Confirmation of the result then, Team iRider and Peter Solyuk take the gold medal. Salome Nasheed takes the silver, and Lucas Hendry third place and the bronze. 20 points in the bag. But for all of them, it's been a fantastic experience here at CYBATHLON 2024. And we can breathe a little bit now, Julia. Julia has been a little bit stressed here ahead of this race. But as you said, they all put on such a fantastic performance.
They did, absolutely. But I was very nervous for the teams because we have been interacting a lot in the last couple of weeks. And I really wanted them to be able to showcase their technology. And I'm sure it's also very important to them. So it has been nice to see them perform today.
It really has. Let's cross out to the arena floor then to catch up with Abby and our winners.
Bex and Julia, thank you. Yes, I am joined by the winners of the Vision Race for CYBATHLON 2024. It is iRider, it is the pilot that is Peter. We'll get some words from Peter, and his team members are going to translate for him. So first of all, Christoph, I know you lead this project. I would love you to just ask Peter that experience. We spoke yesterday, but I'm sure it's very different when it comes to final time.
Azt kérdezi, hogy milyen élménnyel mentél végig a pályán most, és hogy nehéz volt-e?
Várakozással, mint mindig.
He proceeded with expectations as always.
And you could see those expectations because from some of the other pilots, possibly nerves were playing their part or technology was having a say, but for the whole of your team, pilot and the behavior and the mindset, but also the technology, it all came together at the right time, Victor.
Yeah, it did. We had a lot of training, so actually in the last few days, but yeah, everybody's tired, everybody's nervous, but it seems to be working, so we are happy.
Did you make any changes or any further developments from qualifying to get this gold medal? What and for Peter as well, anything else that he undertook to make sure that he was the winner?
So last minute touching is really like a no in the book, but we did some fine-tuning.
Can you tell us any more about that fine-tuning?
Just some very final touches.
And tell us about this technology, because you know it really was successful in this race, and how it can continue to be developed so it benefits Peter but others as well.
We started this as an app development, which is already available for everyone, but these functions that are being used for the CYBATHLON are not in the app yet. So we hope to get them out for the public. I can't say a definitive timeline for that, but we try to do our best.
Well, I can say for the timeline, you are winners of the Vision Race for CYBATHLON 2024. Peter and the whole team of iRider, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We are going to go over to second place, Salome Nasheed, because Salome, it was a very heartfelt performance yesterday, and there was frustration and the technology wasn't quite working. We've seen the emotion at the finish line. Hello again. Salome, congratulations. We've just seen what it meant to you and your team. Tell us about it.
It means a lot, but I think the most important thing is that we bonded, and I love this team. I loved working with them. I love their great work. The camera just got disconnected, but they did a great job, and I am just so proud and so thankful for being here with them.
And Salome,
I think it's the most important.
Yeah, I do. I echo that. But Salome, you did a great job too, because you also had to manage your emotions.
Yes,
yesterday.
My hands were shaking, and I'm very happy that the only task that was not depending on technology, which was the first one where I had to carry a plate with water, I managed to to do it throughout, right, even if my hands were shaking. So I'm kind of proud.
I think you should be very proud. And for you and your team, you will be in the medal ceremony. And what are celebrations? What happens now? How do you just enjoy this as a team together?
We are enjoying it since we arrived. We are just so happy to spend these few days together. And I really hope that I'll stay in touch with them. We work in the same university, and I really hope that we are going to stay in touch. That's the most important for me.
Wonderful. You have just lit up this arena with your smile. It is infectious and wonderful, and we're delighted for you. Congratulations.
And did you see my socks?
The socks are good. The socks are good.
By my spotter, Axel, who also is the lead engineer on this project. So
they are good socks. They are lucky socks now.
Lucky socks.
Yeah, exactly. Your lucky socks, Salome. Well done. Congratulations. We are going to take a very short break. The arena is getting set up for our next disciplines. It's BCI. We'll see you in a moment.
Mein Name ist Michel Fornasier und für mich hat die Zukunft längst begonnen. Mir ist es wichtig, dass Technik der Menschheit dient, sie unterstützt, ihnen Hand bietet und den Alltag so erleichtert. Fortschritt ist Lebensqualität, welche man mit gutem Gewissen auch nutzen darf. In dieser Hinsicht ist EKZ für mich ein verlässlicher Partner, denn sie bieten Lösungen, die mich begeistern.
Willkommen zu Hause, Michel.
EKZ gestaltet Energiezukunft und versorgt zuverlässig, ökologisch und günstig mit Strom. EKZ, stolzer Partner des CYBATHLON.
So BCI is up next, and this is mind-blowing technology. Francesco Battelli just behind us as well. He's used to the competition. He's a Paralympic swimmer in former years. How will he handle the pressure of this moment? This is everything you need to know about BCI.
Up next, the brain-computer interface race. Professor Luca Tonin explains how the BCI method works.
We use it to try to decode the intention of the user and translate them into commands for external devices.
The brain-computer interface race includes 5 types of tasks. They all have to be completed twice. In the first task, pilots navigate a wheelchair avatar through a virtual room. The goal is to reach the door located at the far end of the room. Furniture and robot vacuum cleaners obstruct their path. In another task, pilots have to control a virtual robotic arm. The task involves positioning a glass under an ice machine and holding the glass still until all ice cubes have landed in it safely.
The pilot has to think to his own body. So this is called kinesthetic imagination. So the point is that the pilot has to think about his right hand, for instance, in order to make the system to recognize that he wants to go to the right, for instance.
In a further task, the pilots are required to position a cursor on a screen and click on a target icon. And then the pilots must navigate a key to the lock and turn the key to open or close the door. Pilots can score 10 points in each task. Whoever completes the most tasks and clocks the fastest time wins the race. However, pilots must complete the tasks within an 8-minute time limit.
It is time for the BCI final, and joining Bex Williams in commentary is Ingrid Odermatt.
Yes, we've had a change of expert here because we are ready for BCI. And it's going to be a good final, I think, Ingrid. We've got, obviously, competitors here, pilots here in the stadium and also in America as well. What are we expecting to see in this final?
Yeah, I'm so excited to see if our pilots here manage to solve again 5 tasks, as all of them did in the qualification, or maybe even more. So
you've got high hopes,
yeah,
high hopes, high expectations, a lot of pressure on the pilots. So, of course, let's find out exactly what teams are lining up for our final in the brain-computer interface race known as BCI. We have WHI students here and NeuroConcise here with us in the arena, and the pit crew team in Pittsburgh in America. Let's find out a little bit more about the pilots involved in this final.
On station number 1, we welcome from Great Britain and Northern Ireland, Team NeuroConcise and the Irish pilot, Owen Cullum.
I had a spinal injury in 2003 when I had a motorbike accident. That means that I have no sensation from my high chest down to my toes, really. So I've liked sports all my life. I guess it's the competition that I like. I like playing, participating, and particularly winning. We seem to have a good project in place now, and we can compete on a competitive level with anyone else. I hope to do well. It's our dream that we do quite well.
And looking over on station number 2, it is one of the teams from Italy, WHI students and pilot Filippo Baldrin.
Ciao, sono Filippo Boldrin, ho 19 anni e frequento l'Università Telematica Pegaso, corso Statistica e Big Data. Sto partecipando al CYBATHLON perché mi ha informato la mia fisioterapista di questa opportunità. Ho provato e mi piace molto quello che fanno e quello che potranno sviluppare con questo progetto. Da marzo che ho iniziato a fare il pilota della BCI, grazie all'aiuto dei 6 ragazzi che sono con me, sto imparando cose nuove su questo progetto, a comandare grazie alla forza del pensiero e sperimentare cose nuove.
CYBATHLON.
All'inizio ho faticato un po' a ricordarmi quali erano i task che usavo esattamente per dare tutti i comandi, però dopo le prime sessioni ho recuperato quel feeling che sentivo di avere e adesso mi sento molto in confidenza col sistema. Ma il segreto è rimanere calmi e bisogna avere molta pazienza e concentrazione e capire quali pensieri poi effettivamente fanno dare il comando giusto.
Completing this final in the brain computer interface race, we have our 4th team over in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, with the highest scoring qualifying. That is Team Pit Crew and their pilot, Philip.
Dare tutti i comandi, però dopo le prime sessioni
I have 4 electrodes on the surface of my brain.
It's okay, you get a revanche, eh? It's coming back.
Me being a C4, Asia A, quadriplegic, I can move my arms and my legs, but still trying to make a difference. I want to be able to do stuff.
I already got the purpose.
Oh, there you go. I made you. Phil will be our main pilot and extremely competitive, enthusiastic. So we're really ready to take this race on.
I was like, let's do it. Like this is an opportunity of a lifetime. So I want to do it and I want to do it well.
There are the pilots then, the lineup for the BCI final here at CYBATHLON 2024. It is going to be really interesting to see who does achieve the ultimate here. Philip, of course, scoring 100 points in qualifying, and that was amazing to see. And he is at home, actually at home in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It's very early in the morning there, so hopefully he's in a good, comfortable situation and ready to go. And we have, of course, our pilots here on the arena floor, and we are almost ready to get underway then with this BCI final. You can see the countdown on your screens.
4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, Ingrid, we are going to get into the first task for Owen Collum and Team Neuroconcise here, which is navigating their way through this room. Easier said than done?
Absolutely, yeah. So it requires a lot of focus to navigate the wheelchair through this room. They need to also avoid the furniture that is obstructing the way. So they need to actually send a lot of commands, a lot of fine-tuned commands to reach the door on the other side of the room.
I have to say, though, you know, he moved straight away very quickly, didn't he? You know, sometimes we've been with them in qualifying where it's taken actually a little bit of time to actually move the wheelchair in this first task, but he straight away moved.
Yeah, he was off to a good start, definitely. You can see he's already in the middle of the room. So now it's all about rotating the wheelchair in the direction of the door.
Go.
And Filippo now underway then with this BCI final. And again, strong start here and good motion to move in a bit of a different direction to avoid those tables.
Yeah, he started off very well too. And I think what is extremely difficult in this task is that you manage to stop at the right time, set the rotation again, and then go ahead again.
Oh, here we go with Owen. That is 10 points on the board then for Neuro Concise. First task completed for Owen Collum, who told us he loves competition and he loves to win. He certainly got off to a strong start. Back with WHI students now.
And he also solved the first task already. Wow.
That was super fast. So, you know, we saw in qualifying, didn't we, Ingrid? You know, there were a few nerves. But today, it doesn't feel like it. They're used to this scenario now.
Also, right before the start, I think he looked way more relaxed than he did yesterday. So
yeah,
that's definitely good.
Yeah, because you mentioned, in qualifying, just before qualifying, he was super nervous, Filippo Boldrin, but he does look way more relaxed today, and that's shown in the third task. Look at Patella as well. Francesco doing an awesome job here of this first task.
He was really controlling it very well. It was very smooth how that went. So
yeah, it was.
That was
very
impressive.
Smooth.
Wow.
Ingrid, we have got a proper battle on our hands here, right?
I'm so impressed because it's the finals. I thought this, competition atmosphere might make them nervous, but they all seem like very composed, very focused.
Very cool, calm and collected, certainly. So we're on to the next challenge with all three of the competitors right now, all three of the pilots. And Philip is about to get underway as well. Here we go. This was our top point scorer in qualifying. He managed to get the perfect score on the board.
He did, and he's starting off extremely well again.
Yeah.
I'm really curious to see, can he go even faster than he did yesterday in the second attempt, because that was so quick.
Talk to me about the technology, though, because it is highly different technology Philip is using to what we are seeing here on the arena floor.
Yeah, so he has an intracortical BCI, so he has these electrode arrays, like tiny arrays that are implanted in the brain. So the signal quality is extremely good, and they can just reach a very fine-tuned control with that.
Yeah, you were telling me yesterday, you know, our brain is covered by the skull, obviously, and it's protecting our brain from everything.
Yes.
So for the people with a non-invasive BCI, then the signal maybe not quite as strong.
Yes, exactly. So the signal is not as strong, and also these changes in the signal that we have by using mental strategies, it's very subtle, so it's difficult to detect.
Filippo Boldrin has passed 3 tasks so far. Unfortunately, just failed that one because he hit over the plant pot, but he is moving on at pace here.
That's great.
So with Filippo, we come back then to the start effectively. They have to complete each task twice. And Philip is on 50 points. And we're with Francesco Patella now.
And the next task passed, that's great.
Yeah, so back with Philip, 60 points.
Yeah, and I actually checked the timings, or the time it required for the individual tasks, and the ice machine task was definitely the slowest, and that's not because of the control, that's just because he has to wait until all the ice cubes dropped. So that, yeah.
As you mentioned before, there are 2 functions here. He's got to move that cup into position, but he also has to keep it steady.
Yeah, and we can see how well he manages to not send any commands while the ice cubes are dropping. So this is going very well so far.
Focus here from the pit crew team, from Philip. He's doing so well. He's up at 70 points
now.
That
was so quick.
So fast. Okay, let's take a look at the key task here then, because the ability to put the key into position, to get it into the keyhole and then turn it, that is the objective here. But there's no problem, is there?
It's no problem for Philip. It's definitely one of the most difficult tasks because it requires such a fine-tuned control. but Philip manages so well.
Super well.
He's in the last task. And
oh my goodness.
Wow.
3 minutes, 4 seconds to complete all of the tasks. 100. Perfect score on the board for Philip and the pit crew team. That is amazing.
He looks happy. Yeah, he can be very proud. That was so quick.
So quick. Yes. Even faster than he was in qualification. Yes. You can see what it means to Philip. You can see what it means to the team. That is superb work. He is our winner here. That is amazing to see.
Yeah, and this really shows us the potential of BCIs. What we see here is so impressive, and that's really like, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You know, what can the future bring from it? It's already amazing technology, which is doing so much in helping not only, you know, a person to get a certain amount of autonomy, but to also rehabilitate. There's so many benefits for BCI.
Yeah, exactly. And if we think about how he can also control a robotic arm or a computer in real life, it's just fantastic.
And that is Owen Collum now then. We have seen 4 tasks passed for Owen.
So now he's moving to the last task, which is the wheelchair again. And so he has about a minute left, a bit less.
Difficult task this, because you have to obviously avoid the plant pots, the vacuum to try and find the door. There's a lot going on here.
Exactly, exactly. And with this technology that they are using to measure brain activity, there is also a bit of a delay from the mental strategies, the command that he's sending, and what we can see in the game. So it's really difficult to control it.
Okay, you can see with Patella then on 40 points right now. They're all, the 3 of them, on 40 points.
Exactly. That's now it's really a race for the second place.
It really is. Okay, let's head back to Filippo Boldrin and see how he is doing. 40 points you can already see accumulated here. And we're on to the key section, as you can see on the screen behind them.
Yeah, so in this iteration, they are attempting to do the key lock task, which could give them the needed points to come second.
It's a task fail there, unfortunately, for Filippo. But a round of applause here from the Swiss arena.
Francesco Patella left in the race, gets that 9th.
And we can also, we're with Patella now, so he's on the final task here, Ingrid, yeah?
Yes, and now it's so tricky. So if he touches one of the plants or the vacuum cleaners, it's a task fail. If he manages to finish this task, then he will have 50 points and he will be second. So.
Oh, no pressure. How? It's so difficult to watch, isn't it?
Yes.
It's only 18 seconds left here on the clock, so it's super close. He just.
Can he do it? I think he manages. Just a bit more.
Has he? 4, 3, 2, 1.
Wow.
He's done it in time. That is a thrilling finish to BCI for that second position overall. My goodness.
Wow, that was crazy. Oh.
Oh my word. That really did keep us on the edge of it. That was in the last second.
Yeah, you can really feel how the whole team was so tense. Wow.
Oh, what a relief. That is just pretty incredible to see that second position go right down to the dying seconds between the Italians. Oh, but a huge congratulations to them all. That has taken a huge amount of effort out there, and we have seen a brilliant performance in this final.
They all did so well, yes.
It's great to see it. It really is. I mean, there's what we kind of what we've had the build-up all week, just watching people practice, then the qualifying sessions. Look at the smiles here, the absolute relief and the delight at what they have achieved together with this amazing technology.
Definitely.
It is awe-inspiring stuff here. It really is. The team giving Owen a round of applause, but there is our winner. It is Philip in the pit crew team over in America. A huge congratulations to them. We saw some brilliant moments throughout this BCI final, and this technology can achieve so much, is achieving so much right now, and there's so much more potential with it in the future. It's exciting to see. We've had a really exciting final to watch. The challenges were difficult, designed to be difficult by the team here at CYBATHLON. They've certainly achieved that, but our pilots have shown that the impossible is possible, and that is what we have seen out there today. Some beautiful moments and incredible scenes right at the end, where second position was decided in the closing section, the closing seconds even of this race. Brilliant emotions here for this BCI final, as we've seen with all our finals so far. So confirmation, the Philip and pit crew take the top honours. Francesco Battella and WHI in second position overall, and Filippo Baldrin and WHI students taking third position. That second position then fought out in just the dying seconds, which was really exciting for us up here in commentary, and I'm sure for everybody watching around the world right now, it was too. Wow. Take a breath, Ingrid. Honestly, I did not expect it to see it go down as tight as that.
Exactly. It was the same for me. I really didn't think it was that tight at the end, but that was
it really was, though.
Great race.
It was a great race. Ingrid, thank you so much for being part of the whole experience. Let's cross out now to Abby.
Thank you, ladies. We are now going to head over to America and to Pittsburgh and say congratulations to Philip and his team pit crew. Round of applause, please, everyone here in the arena, because it was a fabulous job. I hope you can hear everyone, Philip. So much respect and admiration for what you just achieved. We watched the video on you before the race started, and you say, you know, you're competitive, you want to give things a go, and you want to make a difference. How was that experience for you then?
It was exciting. I had a lot of fun, and I love competing. So I felt like I was competing again, and I can't wait to do it again.
We all can't wait for you to do it again. Can you tell us, Philip, obviously, for those that are just joining us for the first time, your BCI technology is very different from those that we're seeing of the pilots inside the arena. If you can tell us more about it.
I have 4 electrodes in the surface of my brain. They're implanted on the motor and sensory cortex from my right arm. And it gives me 2 pedestals on the top of my head. And from there, I just think about what I want to do. And I go ahead and, you know, it translates on the screen.
And in everyday life, you're able to command that of a robotic arm as well. So the difference that this could have, Philip, for your life, and like you were saying, for others, that's the difference what you want to make. This technology is just extraordinary.
It is. It is.
Well, Philip, we have loved having you a part of CYBATHLON 2024. You've got such a great spirit, a great energy, and we welcome you here into Zurich, and from Zurich to there in Pittsburgh. A huge congratulations. You are our winner of the BCI race.
Thank you. Thank you.
We are going to head over to our second place finisher. It was such a tight finish, really down to the last few seconds between fellow countrymen. One was 19, one is a little bit older, but it is the elder statesman that got the second place. Francesco Batelli from the WHI student team. Francesco, congratulations. Those last few moments, what were they like?
It was very difficult. We were so close, and I was so nervous. So it was so difficult to complete the last task.
You did it, and with those nerves, how do you manage those when it is about staying calm and staying patient and staying relaxed?
I try to concentrate on the breath, only on the breath, and try to keep the heartbeat lower than possible. But it's not so simple, no.
I can understand it's not so simple. We're just moving you back because we've got so many finals here today, and the next one that's coming up is the wheelchair race. Francesco, just being a part of CYBATHLON, what's the experience like?
It's always amazing. It's my second experience CYBATHLON, the first one in this arena, and it's really amazing. Also seeing other technology of all over the world, it's really impressive.
And what does this mean for the team as well? Because WHI student team with Filippo, and he's 19 years old, and we saw him in qualifying. He was so nervous. Very different performance from him today. He must be proud.
Yeah. We have two teams on the podium, so we are very happy and proud of all the works and trainings we did together. We have many people who work on this project. We started 2 years ago, so we had this goal to reach, and we did it.
You did it. Well done. Go and enjoy it with your team. Congratulations. We are going to take a very short break. When we come back, it's more finals. It will be the wheelchair race.
Mein Name ist Michel Fornasier und für mich hat die Zukunft längst begonnen. Mir ist es wichtig, dass Technik der Menschheit dient, sie unterstützt, ihnen Hand bietet und den Alltag so erleichtert. Fortschritt ist Lebensqualität, welche man mit gutem Gewissen auch nutzen darf. In dieser Hinsicht ist EKZ für mich ein verlässlicher Partner, denn sie bieten Lösungen, die mich begeistern.
Willkommen zu Hause, Michel.
EKZ gestaltet Energiezukunft und versorgt zuverlässig, ökologisch und günstig mit Strom. EKZ, stolzer Partner des CYBATHLON.
Welcome back. We now move on to another final, and this time it is the wheelchair race. This is everything that you need to know.
Up next, the wheelchair race. Teams will have to complete 10 tasks in total. Here are some of the challenges the pilots will face. In the first task of the race, pilots have to navigate their wheelchairs and position them at the dining tables so that half of their thighs are under the table's surface. They must not move any other furniture to get to the table. Pilots are then challenged to navigate a stony path with their wheelchair. In the second half of the course, they have to bring their wheelchair to a stop at one point before continuing on their path. Then pilots must pass between two tables while avoiding collisions with the orbiting robots. The next challenge is also pretty tricky. In this task, the pilots must pick up a bottle from the ground and place it on a table. Pilots score 10 points per completed task. Whoever completes the most tasks in the fastest time wins the wheelchair race. Pilots have to complete the race within 8 minutes.
So next up is the final of the wheelchair race, and joining Bex in the commentary is Laura Mayweber.
Thank you very much, Abby. Yes, Laura's here. We're ready. We've just been talking the build-up to the wheelchair race. All the finals so far, Laura, have been fantastic.
So exciting and so tight. Just to find it before, oh.
Yeah, BCI final was pretty special. But I think we're going to see something very special here today with the wheelchair race. And we can see the pilots making their way out now into the arena, which is always a little bit of a special moment, isn't it?
Yes, I think also the audience reacts very strongly. So there's a lot of applause. You see a lot of people, a lot of lights. So I think it's, for the pilots, it's probably a very special moment.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And, you know, it all boils down to this at the end of the day. We've talked about it throughout the whole weekend, all the years of development, or for some teams even just, you know, only a few years, with one team in the EXO, just a year of development for their equipment. So it's great to see this moment coming into fruition. Let's take a look at the teams then to line up for the wheelchair race.
Again, all attention now on the team.
So we are very much focused on this final for the wheelchair race. AUTAC, BCI team, Make Plus, OECU plus Artex and Robility Enhanced will all compete here in the arena. Let's learn a little bit more about the pilots.
On track number 1 from Germany, we welcome team AUTAC and their pilot Matthias Henkels.
It's been great to watch the qualifying for the wheelchair. Matthias taking 20 points out of the qualifying session and wanting to do the maximum he possibly can now as we switch to the final here at the Swiss Arena.
Over on track number 2, we take a look at the team from Japan and team OECU and Artex and their pilot Toshiki Ogura.
It's great to see the exuberant Japanese team here this weekend showing us their technology. For Toshiki, it was 40 points acquired in the qualifying sessions. But it's all to play for now as we head into the final to see what can be achieved with their technology.
Seen their pilot today. It is from Switzerland, team Robility Enhanced and pilot Rolf Schoch.
Rolf loves playing to the crowd. He's told us this. He scored really well in qualifying sessions for this discipline. He is competing in 2 disciplines here this weekend at CYBATHLON. Certainly a busy man, a very focused though and competitive pilot.
And on track number 4, completing this final lineup from Canada, we welcome team BCI Teammate Plus and pilot Jamie Borisov.
It's fair to say Jamie and the Beast, as he calls his device, dominated in qualifying. A perfect score, but perfect focus and determination. Jamie is a man who loves competition, he loves to win, but he loves the collaboration aspect of CYBATHLON. So we've met the pilots, we're ready to go, we are lined up, we've hyped it up, Laura, we really have. It's going to be really fascinating out there because all of them perform differently in qualifying. For Jamie, it was a perfect score.
I think even twice, right? Or at least during the first run.
At least, yeah, during the first run, certainly a perfect score on the board. But as we mentioned earlier, Rolf's a busy man, 2 disciplines.
Two finals even.
Exactly, 2 finals.
Not bad for a Sunday.
No, no, exactly. Not a quiet, relaxing Sunday for Rolf, but I'm sure he'd have it no different out there. So we get underway very shortly, and we do have 10 tasks in front of us, of course, and a time limit here of 8 minutes in total. And we've got less than a minute to go before we are underway. Just a quick few notes from you, Laura, on what we're expecting to see here.
So we will have some tricky tasks. We will start with the restaurant task, where it's more about maneuvering. Then the second task is probably one of the most difficult ones with the stairs. Only 2 of the teams will actually try to solve this one, which is Robility Enhance and BCIT. And then we have some tasks with the robotic manipulator, such as the pickup and the door task. Another set of stairs, because one wasn't enough. And then some rocket terrain and the doorstep to finish everything up.
You can see the countdown clock just behind Matthias here. Less than 20 seconds to go, and he will be our first pilot then to tackle the route ahead. And we're kicking off with that restaurant task, as Laura mentioned. Okay, here we go.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
And I think they're actually going to skip the first task, because as you can see, although the wheelchair is not too wide, it's relatively high.
So what part of this task is to actually get themselves underneath the tables, and that wouldn't be a possibility here with the height of what they have. So they're also bypassing the stairs as well. Laura mentioned only 2 teams will be able to cross the stairs here. So we line up for the third task then.
And I think this is where the expertise lies, because I think also in the previous rounds they were actually able to manage this one super well.
So this is the pickup.
They have a robotic arm here on the side in the safety position now. And then we see once he's in the correct spot, he will extend the robotic arm, and here we go. So he has a tablet where he can sort of navigate the robotic arm. But we also have to consider that the bottle is actually relatively heavy. So it's not too easy to get the grip on the robotic arm and really pick it up.
And this is it, Laura, you know, for an able-bodied person, this would be a simple task.
Absolutely.
But it isn't. You know, in reality, this is what disabled people are facing on an everyday basis. And what we're trying to do is find absolute solutions here to those problems.
Exactly. So here we see OECU, and he is really a specialist at that task. So he managed to get underneath from the first table, and now we see again very narrow space, so he has to navigate under the second table.
Making sure he doesn't touch the table at all or move it, or he can touch it but not move it.
Exactly,
right?
he can touch it, but as soon as the furniture is moved, unfortunately the task is failed. Maybe a fun fact about their wheelchair, it has exactly the same colors as his own personal wheelchair. So it's the orange and the black that mirrors again.
That's really good to know, really good to know.
And he managed super well. Now the final narrow space. But as I said, for this task, they're professionals.
Exactly, they know exactly what they're doing here, and it is a green flag that was lifted there. So 10 points on the board, and we're on board now with Robility Enhanced.
The reigning champion. I mean, they've won everything until up to now, but...
Could it change? Can they defend that
today
position?
They will definitely have a challenge here.
They have a challenge with Borisov and BCIT, who were very strong in qualifying.
But what we see with this team especially, they are so routines. The way that they go through the tasks, you just know they've been practicing so much, they've been on it for a really, really long time. Now we see the attempt of the stair task. As said before, we have here the crawler that is quite special, that can shift down, then help to really, really smoothly go up the stairs.
I love how it balances out. Rolf moves forward in the device as well as the crawler coming down, so it all balances out.
Exactly. You see super controlled movements. He already managed to go up, now only the way down. And again, here on the last step, they will have to stop for a little bit.
Okay, we've got BCIT Make Plus underway. And Jamie, the super competitive Jamie, who is the company director here in this company.
The Make Plus research team. So I think that's also a really special case because he's the research director and he's also the pilot. So I think they have a really, really nice interplay of having someone that knows the struggles and know what can maybe be changed as well, because he has the engineering background as well.
Yeah, he has a strong engineering background and that all helps. Look at this.
Wow. Now again they have to stop, but they manage super, super well. And I mean, they know if they manage all 10 tasks, they will win.
We've seen that in qualifying, certainly. So we've got Rolf Schock with 20 points in the bag, Henkels and Ogura with 20 and 30 apiece.
Now we see the pickup task, and actually when they touch the bottle, they generate a vacuum. So they can actually pick up the bottle again. And it's super effective. It worked so well.
And we're seeing such different kind of tricks and techniques, aren't we? With the robotic arm, with the function that it has to be able to do things like this.
Now we see, yeah, Jamie with a little bit of a different approach. He has a robotic arm actually on his leg.
He's already at that point. Look at the time here. We're not even at 2 minutes yet.
They're so fast.
And he's already covered this ground. So quick.
Now we see again mobility. And here on the tilted path, they're not allowed to touch the red space. But again,
no problem.
Yeah, so smooth. Also here, Jamie, really, really well done. Here we see them coming to the uplift task. And here the goal is to go first as far up as you can. Then depending on which color stick you reach, you have to go underneath the same one in the second round. So you have to have the flexibility to go quite high up and then also lower down again.
As we can see with Borisov here, Schock electing to pass that one though, and we've moved on to the crowd simulation area. It's just called crowd, but imagine if you were in a busy area right now. You cannot touch the crowd around you. You don't want to run into anybody, and that is what the red is representing.
Absolutely, and this is also a really tricky task because you see the robots are moving not super fast, but still quite fast. And then again, the space between the two tables is also super narrow. But nice, they managed super well.
They've done it really well.
They also have a super good run until now. It's amazing.
They've got 50 points in the bag.
Really, really great to see. And now again, we see Jamie extending the vehicle to guarantee more stability. And they're actually the only team that try the winding stair task.
This is a difficult one, isn't it? You know, because it's a winding stairs. I mean, you can imagine it would be difficult for any vehicle, but Jamie has told us the thought process behind the design here, and that he wants it to be able to be used off-road. If he wants to go up into the mountains, go on a hike,
absolutely,
he can use it there. He could potentially use it on snow, and that was the whole ethos behind the design. It can be used on any area at all, and it is robust.
And just looking at the wheels, you can really see that they made that happen.
They really did.
Again, amazing job. Still very tight, but they're doing great. Now the final touches. And yeah, as you said before, Jamie is really an experienced athlete. And as we saw in the videos as well, he's really envisioning the tracks.
Yes.
He's a Paralympic athlete, so he definitely has the experience.
I love that little bit of innovation as well. Be able to close the door with the suction. That's brilliant. Okay, we're on to the rocky terrain here. They do have to stop towards the end to show they have control.
Exactly, and have the stability to stop at any time, basically.
With Jamie, though, we're on to the opening of the door. This is task number 8. So you can see that Henkels has completed. Ogura is coming into the final sections as well.
And here we see Robility making the final task, which is the doorstep. Again, here comes the crawl into space, and again, super, super smooth.
Now this is the element where we saw Gura just have a little bit of difficulty on the first qualifying session. They nailed it on the second, but ability enhanced complete.
Again, solid 80 points.
Excellent stuff. Fist bumps all around for the crew.
Now we see Jamie successfully manage to close the door.
Let's see if they can get this right. First qualifying was a little bit
shaky,
dicey, wasn't it?
But I think it's here, again, all about the technique. So when to move the seat backwards, when to extend the crawler. So I think there it's really, again, the pilot's abilities of managing their device. Not only having a great device, but also having a pilot who's able to do all those things.
Green flag, and he is the winner. He has got 90 points.
I think we're going to see a perfect run again. Wow, this is really impressive.
Okay, just a little bit into reverse and then up and over. 100 points for our winner in the wheelchair race. It is Team VCI Teammate Plus, and it is Jamie Borisov who takes the gold. Wow.
They've really had an exceptional weekend.
Unbelievably, he is even faster in the final than he was in qualification.
But now we see actually our Japanese team also reaching, I think, their highest score of the weekend.
70 points in the bag for them. That is, you can see what it means to the team in these
And they also
moments.
brought actually a lot of their friends and family, their teammates, and they were all so excited. I can tell you from the rehearsals, from the practice, they were so excited to be part of this event.
You can really see it. It's just great moments when they have completed what they've come here to do. And like we said, it's been a lot of time and effort put into the training just behind this. You know, aside from the development of the equipment and all of that collaboration project, they're like, okay, we're coming to CYBATHLON, we need to train for these specific tasks. It's great to see. Look at the emotion here.
He is definitely happy.
There is no question. I think we're all delighted for them.
It's always so nice to see when the pilots reach the finish line and they're really so happy and relieved.
Yeah.
You can see really, whew, there's a lot of pressure on them as well.
You know, they have achieved something. They've achieved in competition mode as well. Let's take a little look at some of the moments, and I love the fact that he has that on his foot to be able to pick up something.
You have to be quite flexible, but it works really well for them. Wow.
Yeah, some great moments. What a run, what a performance from the team and from Jamie himself.
Also achieving a perfect run in the final where the pressure is so high is really great.
Yeah, but he's such a focused man, isn't he? Anything
Absolutely.
less than 100 points,
yes.
I don't think he would
wouldn't have
it.
been, yeah, exactly. He wouldn't have been happy.
Okay, well, there we go. That was the wheelchair race final. And again, what a fantastic final. We're just seeing it across the board here this weekend. Brilliant performances. And it's the emotion that you're feeling in the stadium, and I hope it's coming across because the atmosphere here is electric, isn't it, Laura? And
also the visitors, they're so excited. They're so supportive. It's really amazing to see.
They're so excited to see this technology in action and in competition as well. This is what makes this event completely unique, and we are loving it. Abby, let's cross out to you now then. Let's catch up with our winners.
Yes, I am joined by Jamie Borisov. Jamie, first of all, for you and your team behind you, a huge congratulations.
Thank you very much. Wow, yeah, we are super pleased.
And you did 100% run, a perfect score in both of your qualifiers, but to do it in the final and to go faster as well, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, and that was our goal, and we achieved it. We're excited. Yeah, exactly what we wanted to do. We're super.
You are a two-time gold medalist in Paralympic wheelchair basketball. You mentioned some of the similarities, and particularly how that possibly competitive mindset and what you were able to do here came into play.
Absolutely. Yesterday we were on track 2. We started right away. Today we're on track 4. It's different. I'm sitting there for 3 minutes before I get to start. Everyone else is going, but I was just looking down and staying focused and trying to pay attention to myself and what I had to do. And that's part of competing, right, is not being distracted.
The Beast, as this is known, was an absolute beast. It was an incredible performance, but the technology behind this and being able to navigate different terrain has such far-reaching benefits for people with similar conditions.
Absolutely. You know, one of the things that doesn't get talked about as much as it should is someone in a wheelchair might spontaneously want to do something one day. They're out for a walk with their kids, and all of a sudden they see a nice trail or a nice beach. Sure, you can do adaptive sports, you can plan ahead, you can get the right equipment, but that takes time and effort. Why not go where you want, when you want? That's kind of what this project's about.
How much does it help that you're a research engineer, you're a research director of this, you have this engineering background, and you can make it user-generated as well and have the support of your team and this collaborative experience?
I'm pretty lucky. I got a pretty cool job and such great resources, such great teammates. I love these guys. Couldn't ask for a better team. And our institution, BCIT, how they support us with applied research, because that's what we're doing. We're doing applied research here that has practical benefits to people.
I can tell you've got beaming smiles behind you from your team members, but Jamie, you got the spotlight on you and you delivered. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
We are going to take a very short break in just a moment's time, and then we have got our final discipline. But let's just take a look at the results. They're getting the arena set up for our final discipline, which is the exoskeleton, but it is Jamie Borisov who takes the win. And it was Rolf that has to now go and get prepared. Rolf Schock that has to now get prepared for the exoskeleton because he's competing in both finals. It is busy time. It's busy time for all the volunteers as well because they need to get this arena set up. So much adrenaline, so much excitement, so much appreciation, respect for what is going on in CYBATHLON 2024. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it is our final discipline.
Mein Name ist Michel Fornasier und für mich hat die Zukunft längst begonnen. Mir ist es wichtig, dass Technik der Menschheit dient, sie unterstützt, ihnen Hand bietet und den Alltag so erleichtert. Fortschritt ist Lebensqualität, welche man mit gutem Gewissen auch nutzen darf. In dieser Hinsicht ist EKZ für mich ein verlässlicher Partner, denn sie bieten Lösungen, die mich begeistern.
Willkommen zu Hause, Michel.
EKZ gestaltet Energiezukunft und versorgt zuverlässig, ökologisch und günstig mit Strom. EKZ, stolzer Partner des CYBATHLON.
Welcome back. We are now joined by Annie Kern, who is the co-leader of CYBATHLON. They're getting everything set up behind us. Annie, that is a great big smile. That is a smile of this has been an extraordinary event, and we're nearly at the finish line.
I know. It's the last race of CYBATHLON 2024, and it's incredible.
Tell us about these 3 days and possibly everything leading up to it.
So everything went very well. I mean, we had a little shake here and there, but everything was great. And we had over 15,000 people watching the live stream, around 6,000 people here in the stadium in total. So it's just great.
And in the video that we've seen of you, Annie, you said that you wanted to have that feeling, that once-in-a-lifetime feeling that you had in 2016 when it all came together. Have you had that twice-in-a-lifetime feeling?
I had. Yeah, definitely. And I'm really, really happy. And I really hope that the last final will also go well as all the other finals. And then, yeah, we did it, and I'm very happy and near to tears.
I know, I can imagine, because there's so much that's gone into it. There's so much emotion in this sport, and what it means to people. We can see what it means to you, but the build-up, the preparation for the pilots, for the teams, for you and for Roland and for Robert, I can understand that it's powerful stuff.
Yes, it's.
So tell us about the tears, because the tears are really wonderful to see, but what's behind them?
I'm so happy for everyone that they won. I mean, it's incredible.
It is an extraordinary event. This has got into the hearts of everyone. I can tell you, I don't think I've ever, and I've been at so many big sporting events, but I've been like, this has just got into my heart. I have to give you a hug. And it's just be a privilege to be part of this. Well done, hugely well done. Those tears are just full of wonderment and purpose. Well done, great mission. Okay, as Annie explains, we have got one final discipline left. It is the exoskeleton. This is all you need to know.
Let's take a look at the next CYBATHLON discipline, the exoskeleton race. Robotic exoskeletons are devices that allow people with paraplegia to stand upright and walk. The teams have to complete 10 tasks in total. One task is to carry a box to a specific location in their exoskeleton. Then they must navigate through furniture while avoiding collisions with roaming robots. Now we're stepping it up a notch. The pilots must navigate a random sequence of wooden boxes of various heights and lengths. Next, the pilots must perform a series of upper extremity tasks in a kitchen environment while wearing their exoskeleton. For each task completed, the pilots earn 10 points. Those who score the most points in the best time are ranked first. The time limit is 10 minutes.
The final discipline then is exoskeleton, and joining Bex Williams in the commentary box is Michael Sommerhalder.
Thank you very much, Abby. Yeah, Michael is alongside me. Actually, Michael was here when we were rehearsing earlier this week. He was the first expert that was alongside me, and now he's the last. And I have to say, a massive shout out to every single expert that has been in here this weekend. They have all been supreme. No pressure, Michael, now for your final. But everyone has just been absolutely at the top of their game. It's been a real pleasure. So we're looking forward then to the EXO final.
Absolutely, it's going to be very, very exciting.
It
we
is.
see Team Rise.
Now, Jessica earlier.
Start line.
Yeah, they're moving towards the start line, and yeah, they had an interesting qualifying session earlier. You know, Jessica was full of smiles in achieving tasks and getting points on the board. We've got some remote outposts here as well. Remember, it's not just in the Swiss arena here that we're competing. Now, Rolf's a busy man because we've just seen him in the wheelchair final, and now he is making his way to the EXO final. I think he likes the challenge of being busy, you know, Michael.
I think so, yeah. He doesn't really understand why we use pauses, you know. But you see, he's still in the wheelchair. That
yes.
Eventually will unfold into the exoskeleton.
Into an exoskeleton. And we see the EXO here from Team Keist, of course. And, you know, you were talking to us earlier about how they actually get into the EXO. Or rather, the EXO joins on to Kim, really.
Yes, I hope we get a video of this. But now you see the EXO standing in front of the pilot.
Yeah.
And then once the pilot is ready, the EXO can really come towards the torso of the pilot. It's really amazing. And you save so much time from like changing between the wheelchair and the exoskeleton.
Mm.
And often you also have the problem that you need additional people to help you don into the device, which is absolutely not the case here.
3, 2, 1.
Let's see that. Here we
go.
go.
Oh, that's so cool.
Oh, that is such cool technology. Okay, and now it's like the EXO is just kind of attracted to him.
And now he already wears a vest with special attachment points.
Okay.
To make it easier to now attach the exoskeleton. So there are no cuffs, no additional bands that have to be strapped, but it's really just click in the exoskeleton and you're ready to go.
And then we see him then move into an upright position. And here we go.
That's just amazing.
It is amazing, Michael, it really is. I'm glad we've got to see that process.
Oh, well done.
Okay, let's take a look then at where our teams are heading from for this exoskeleton final. We will see our teams line up here in the Swiss arena and also in, of course, Thailand and in South Korea. Let's meet the pilots.
On track number 1, it is the team from Germany. Welcome, Team Rise and pilot Jessica Dibari-Meiler.
She's again super happy.
Jessica then into the final, and Team Rise, of course, very early on in the development of their exoskeleton, but they got points on the board, 10 points passed, and an opportunity to compete in the final here in the Swiss arena.
On track number 2, it is the Swiss team. We welcome Team Barilek Enhance and pilot Rolf Schock.
Not just one race, but 2 today for Rolf. He's competed already in the wheelchair discipline and now here at exoskeleton as well. So certainly a busy man, but a very focused man. He showed us true determination in the qualifying sessions, which puts him through to the final.
Competing in Thailand, in Chiang Mai, it is the team from Chiang Mai University Exo 2 and their pilot Virapon Kurapa.
For Chiang Mai Exo 2 then, into the final, they went 20 points were accumulated in the qualifying session. It'll be fascinating to see now how they fare in the final, what tasks they choose to compete in and showcase their technology.
They even skipped their second round to prepare very good for the finals.
They took a breath, didn't they? They rested up, ready to go for what is the final coming up in a few moments here in the Swiss arena.
And the top qualifying team is all the way over in Daejeon in Korea. We say welcome Team Kaist and their pilot, Seung-Wan Kim.
An incredible spirit from Team Kaist and their pilot Seung-Wan Kim in the qualifying section. 60 points were amassed and some incredible feats with that exoskeleton that we see in front of us right now. Surely are they favourites to take the gold here? Well, we'll have to wait and see how it plays out. The final then, just moments away. Do you know what, Michael? You look at Team Kaist now and the fact that they had such a great qualifying, you think, okay, they're favourites, but you just can't call it, can you?
Never know.
You never know.
I mean, look at their second round and you see it can vary.
It can, yeah, exactly. Oh, they didn't get so much
Yes.
in their second qualifying session. So we're wishing every single pilot out there well, though, in this final that we see here at CYBATHLON. 30 seconds to go then before we head into the exoskeleton final on what has been such a fantastic weekend of camaraderie, sportsmanship, competition, and of course a good eye on advancing technology. 10 seconds to go. Now then, the countdown is on to the start of this exoskeleton final. Okay,
they go.
Just like earlier, Michael,
Yes.
bypassing a few of the tasks, and that's what we're going to see, aren't we? Because they will find the strengths and really play on them.
So obviously she needs to be on full concentration and full strength for the task that they really want to showcase.
Yeah, because this takes a lot of effort. I mean, she is in the exoskeleton suit, but she is, with her body, the technology is moving it, the motor's there, but she is also propelling it.
And making sure that she always keeps balance inside the device.
Keeping stability, making sure, and we've seen, you know, a few moments on some of the challenges from some of the pilots where, you know, oh, are they tilting?
Absolutely.
But that is why the team are around them as well, just in case.
Yeah, so here you see two people actually spotting the exoskeleton. So they're allowed to touch it, but not support the movement of the exoskeleton in any way.
Okay, so we're coming to the task here, which is called moving parcel. Basically, you can see the bag, which is in front of Jessica here, which she has ready to take the parcel. But she cannot drop this.
Yeah, that's really important that she makes sure that she has it safe. And for this, she brought a shopping bag. That's a great idea to not use your hand, which she needs for balancing with the crutches.
So Rolf Schoch underway now then, Verileg enhanced team.
And they also skipped the first two tasks.
And we get to see this in motion again.
I hope so.
For the final time here this weekend in CYBATHLON, but this is so impressive to watch this wheelchair elevate Rolf into the exoskeleton.
It's so cool. It's really out of the Transformer movies.
It is such cool technology. And another point to note, Michael, Rolf does not have crutches. Tell us why.
Exactly. So you can see these linear actuators attached or integrated to the exoskeleton. And with this, he can keep his hands free.
Okay, we're out with Chiang Expo 2 now, so we're at our remote hub in Thailand.
And you can see how physically challenging it is also for him to move forward. And this is a big advantage if you have these integrated crutches into the design, because for Rolf, he doesn't need that much physical endurance to stabilize his trunk, because it's already taken over by the exoskeleton.
Yeah, that's a very good point, actually. So less than physically demanding for him.
Yeah. And that's also how he can compete in two races simultaneously.
Simultaneously. He's just a medal hunter, isn't he?
Absolutely.
But again, you know, it gives him the freedom of movement of that upper body to be able to carry things.
Yes, and especially in the parcel task, you see the benefits of having your hands free while walking. And Team Kai started.
The big cheers as well there. There's such an atmosphere at Team Kaist in South Korea.
Yes. And you can see the speed of this device, it's incredible.
So here, he is going to tackle the first task, and we've seen this every time in qualifying from him. Why is the sideways step so difficult?
So it's so difficult because it uses additional muscle groups. So you have to have these additional degrees of freedom in the hip, but also in the ankle of the foot, which makes designing the exoskeletons really challenging. And you can see that he was able to get the parcel and...
Okay, this is the...
Yes.
Oh,
that was close.
Rolf, every time you do that, my heart just goes up a notch. Is the parcel going to drop on the floor or not? Because if it did, it would be task failed, but no. The throw motion is good, the wave to the crowd. This man's a rock star. Like you said earlier in the interview, you know, it's kind of, you know, this isn't so much pressure for him because he is moving a little bit slower, obviously, than in the wheelchair in that race. So he can wave to the crowd.
You think he artificially get the thrills by throwing the package. And we see Team Kai successfully sitting down and standing up again. And you can imagine that this task is really, I mean, so often you are in places where you have to sit down and then stand up again, right? Even in public transport, if you want to enter a train and so on.
Of course.
So if you're able to do that with the exoskeleton, that's really, really great.
And so we are moving on and passing what would have been the stairs, which they have not even constructed there because they weren't going to do that task.
Now, actually, a lot of the teams are able to do the stairs, potentially. but they couldn't prepare good enough for the competition. So I expect in a few years to also see this task well succeeded.
I think for Team Rise here and Jessica de Vardimela, they may have called it a day.
I think so too. They're carrying her in the wheelchair.
Oh, that is a real shame. Okay, back to Team Keist now. And if you haven't joined us before now and you're coming in for the final, we're seeing a little bit of a different design in all of the exos, but here there's a lot of weight, or it looks like a lot, but there's a frontal structure rather than something at the back.
Yes, and this is really unique. So that's the first time that we see this at the competition. And imagine he's only using the crutches now to be even faster.
Now, he's coming up to a point where there is going to be free walking, which is something which was remarkable to see with that EXO a little bit earlier on. We're back then in Thailand now in our remote hub.
This is a very tricky task. It's called crowd for a reason, because you have these red robots moving around the table, and you have to make sure that you don't touch them and don't interfere with them in any way. Even with the crutches, you're not allowed to touch. And I think, yeah, that there's the red flag already up. And we see free moving, not a problem if you have integrated crutches.
And he's just completed that as Keist are just starting it. So let's take a look at them.
Here we can see Keist. Wow.
Completely free moving without the use of crutches, Mike.
And still with a very high speed. I'm so surprised.
And such good balance and control here. And it's a task pass.
Nice, well done.
So that's 30 points on the board then for Team Keist.
And I think Team Varilek calls it a day here as well. Or are they trying this, the door as well? No, they're bringing the wheels.
They are bringing the wheels. We can see them just behind. Okay, let's get back to Team Keist in this crowd scenario now.
You see, there's actually really not a lot of space between these robots.
There isn't, and as you mentioned, there's 4 devices going on here because there's legs and crutches.
And it's with these exoskeletons you can just on the fly adapt your stride length and your walking patterns. This is really challenging.
Okay, we pass that task.
And he, oh, nice. See how he gets back to the wheelchair mode.
It is intriguing to see. This technology is just incredible, what we're seeing here now. And just in a few years' time, what we'll see again as it rapidly gets better and better. But what I've seen this weekend has totally blown my mind.
And what's also interesting are the different strategies on how they approach the task. Because here we see now that he will pass the door sideways.
Is that because his exo is a little bit bigger then, the feet a little bit wider maybe? Or it's just a strategy that he thinks will be quicker?
I think it's quicker and easier for him, because elsewise he has to think of where to put the crutches.
Now at Chiang Mai then, over in Thailand, we are seeing 10 points on the board here. They've successfully got the door open and are through. And Keist have already closed the door.
And maybe we get a glimpse at the awesome strategy of the other team on how to close the door.
Yeah, they had a great strategy, our Thai team. Cyril Schoch has finished. Let's just go and see if they implement this strategy. It might sound basic, but it's very difficult to rotate, obviously, when you're in an exo. So he's just using the hinge of the door, putting his hand into the hinge to...
And it's just enough to give the door this push to then be able to grab the handle and close it completely.
Yeah, they've done well there. That was well thought out, because obviously turning around would take time. Yes. But he can rotate a little bit of at least stretch his arms around to be able to do that.
And what we've seen in the 2020 competition is that if teams have to turn, they usually they do it by lifting themselves up with the crutches. So you need a lot of upper limb strength to then move around and turn. So it's much easier if you can find alternative strategies to close it.
Let's wait and see if we need to wait for the green flag to be held aloft.
Oh, and this is also awesome.
This is our final
I think we just
here.
missed it, but he had to grab this this container out of the drawer that is very close to the floor, which doing in an exoskeleton is really, really hard.
Really difficult. We did see it earlier in qualifying, didn't we? Him being able to lower himself to a degree to be able to get the item out of the drawer. Back in Thailand, then they had the green flag, so they're on 20 points. Oh, but he's put so much effort into that. Well done.
And you see how physically demanding it is for him. It's really stressed out. And you know, the movement seems so flawless.
It does.
You can really see that there's years now of experience for Team Keist.
And Team Keist
wow,
then taking the most points. And it was in no doubt, as Michael said, the team have been working together for years in development, and that is evident.
That is so amazing
with this technology. What a great result.
Absolutely. Wow. Yeah, we had so amazing teams this year.
So they have won, they know that, they understand that, and we believe Rolschuk is second, as well as our team in Thailand have completed also. They have decided not to continue on with any more tasks. But for everyone here, all of the pilots, all of the competitors, it is a superhuman effort.
Absolutely. It's incredible.
I love the spirit here in South Korea with Team Keist. Verileg in hands then with 20 points on the board, we believe in second position overall. Chiang Mai Expo 2 in third.
And what we saw is that if two teams have the same amount of points, then it's the team who has achieved the task faster that actually wins.
And that's how it has been calculated out here in the wheelchair final. Exhilaration from Team Keist, an absolute delight.
Yeah, they absolutely earned it.
Yeah, they really did. I mean, the technology is astounding, and the confidence shown by their pilot, Seung-Won Kim, to complete the tasks. They've obviously got a really great spirit there. Yes. Not that the other teams haven't, everyone has, but you know, the fact that they're not here in the stadium soaking up the atmosphere, they're creating it themselves.
Yeah, that's great.
Back there. Some just beautiful movements, even sideways.
Yeah, it all looks so
agile.
So flawless. So
yeah, an amazing performance from Team Keist. Let's not take anything away from them. Incredible technology, and who knows what the future can bring for it all. Seung-Won Kim then for Team Keist with 60 points, the maximum, and taking the win in the exoskeleton race. Rolf Schoch for Verileg in Hans taking second, and Virafon Kraofan taking third position for our Thai team, Chai Mang Exo 2. Wow, what another exhilarating final
so
that
amazing.
We've seen. It's great.
And congratulations to all the teams. That was really, really amazing.
It's really amazing to see the technology, all the work that goes into it. And it's fantastic. We've really loved it up here. Let's cross out then to Abby, who's on the arena floor.
Yeah, we've loved it down here, and we're going to head over now to Korea and say a huge congratulations to the pilot Kim and to Team Keist. I hope that you can hear the applause that's coming from the arena, because it was such a dominant display, Kim, from you and your team. I'm hoping they can hear us. Can you hear us there in Korea? Just want to say a massive well done. You are the winners, and it was such an emphatic victory. Can you hear us? They don't hear us. Oh, I hope they hear us. Well done, yes, good. It was such a team performance, and you can see how well this team has gelled together, and you can see how much you have developed this technology with one another. Please tell us a little bit about this whole movement and this whole experience and how it can move without crutches and be such a dominant system here.
Oh, I'm sorry. We just solved the volume issue. Okay, can you talk again?
We just want to hear in the arena and for the live stream that's going around the world, just the technology that's gone into this, because I'm sure it wasn't easy, but you made it look so much more fluent and such an efficient performance.
어떠냐고? 어떤 느낌인가?
어떤 느낌이냐고.
긴장을 하도 많이 해가지고 근데 함께 해준 지금 여기 화면에 있는 친구들과 함께 해서 잘 해낼 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
Although you look, it was really fluent, but he was actually really nervous. But he said, because we are team, we have many team members, he can do it well. He have done it well, yeah.
And another round of applause here for you all from the arena in Switzerland. How long have you been working together and developing this system?
We have worked 2 years, and this pilot not only just trained, but also he have designed this robot together. Yeah.
And you
From
can
the 2 years,
really
we have
understand
designed,
that
and
collaboration.
last 6 years we did a lot of training.
Just an incredible performance. Really very well done to you and the whole team. From all of us in Zurich out to Korea, well done. You are the winners of the Exoskeleton.
Thank you.
Right, we are going to take a very quick break. When we come back, it will be medal ceremony time. See you in a moment.
It will be
Mein Name ist Michel Fornasier und für mich hat die Zukunft längst begonnen. Mir ist es wichtig, dass Technik der Menschheit dient, sie unterstützt, ihnen Hand bietet und den Alltag so erleichtert. Fortschritt ist Lebensqualität, welche man mit gutem Gewissen auch nutzen darf. In dieser Hinsicht ist EKZ für mich ein verlässlicher Partner, denn sie bieten Lösungen, die mich begeistern.
Willkommen zu Hause, Michel.
EKZ gestaltet Energiezukunft und versorgt zuverlässig, ökologisch und günstig mit Strom. EKZ, stolzer Partner des CYBATHLON.
Jimmy. We are joined by Florian Hauser. Now, Florian Hauser has won the wheelchair race in the past 2 CYBATHLONs. So great to have you here. He's also going to be giving out the medals for the wheelchair race. Flo, great to have you. How's the experience been watching it? So on the other side this time.
It's really special to be on the other side, but it's so beautiful
you can take your time and enjoy the moment and see it from a little bit more distance. Yeah. I like it. And the teams are great.
The teams really are impressive, but you are a competitive spirit. You have that in you. So was there a sense of, okay, it's nice to watch it, but I would like to take on Jamie?
Well, let's see. Now I have newborn kids, and we will see in 4 years. Maybe I'll be back on the competitive side.
So Florian has twins, so his life is pretty busy at the moment. But you think maybe you'll have a comeback possibly in the future? You might come back to CYBATHLON?
Never say no.
Never say no, that's the spirit. And just tell us then, just seeing the different systems, and we know that you've worked with Varileg Enhanced for so long, but seeing the Beast, which was what Jamie Borisov was operating, how impressed are you with the technology and how it's advancing?
Great question.
I put you on the spot there.
No, I see CYBATHLON constantly change the parkour, and the technology is growing with the parkour. It's very impressive because they change every time, but the competitors always bring new solutions to do that. So that's pretty impressive, yes.
Flo, it's great to chat. I know you've got to get ready to give out the medals. Thank you. Hope to see you back in 4 years' time. Good luck with the twins in the meantime.
We will see. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to hand you back to Bex Williams for the medal presentation.
Thank you very much, Abby. Yes, we are almost ready to go here with our medal presentations for the finals that we have seen across Sunday.
First up, the medal ceremonies for the Vision Assistance Race.
So as you can hear our announcer, it is the Visual Assistance Race, which we will see the medals presented for first, of course. Incredible scenes earlier on today as we marveled at the technology that is being used as an assistance device to people with low or no sight. Incredible scenes of absolute dexterity and confidence across the finals, and it was our winner, Peter Solyuk from Team iRider, who was the one who had the biggest smile at the end of it all.
The Vision Assistance Race will be presented by Professor at ETH Zurich and member of the CYBATHLON Strategic Board and Access 4 Foundation Board Director, Professor Roger Gasser. In third place, it's the team from Switzerland. Congratulations, team Sight Guide.
Team Sight Guide and their pilot, Lucas Hendry.
Medal and an impressive 60 points 20 points went to pilot Lucas Hendry. In second place, it is the team from France. It is Team AI.
Great performance by Team AI and their pilot, Salome Nasheed.
And the silver medal also goes to the French pilot, Salome Nasheed. And taking the top spot here in the Vision Assistance Race, it is the team from Hungary, Team iRider.
The biggest cheer then for Team iRider and of course their pilot, our winner, Peter Solyuk.
Gold medal in the Vision Assistance Race for an impressive 60 points to pilot Peter Solyuk. Teams in the Vision Assistance Race.
Fantastic scenes here And that is the podium then for Viz this year. iRider taking the first spot, AI second, and Sight Guide taking, of course, third position overall. And next up for us in the podium celebrations will be BCI, where we saw the final just deliver amazing scenes. Philip, our winner, was successful on every single task, but the battle for second position overall went right down to the wire in the dying seconds, with Francesco Bertella eventually claiming second. BCI has proved to be such a fascinating discipline to be part of, to watch, and you can see the absolute emotion that comes through from all of the pilots.
The medals in the brain computer interface race will be presented by the Professor for Neural Control of Movement in the Department of Health Sciences and Technology at ETH Zurich, Professor Nicole Wenderoth.
Third position then going to WHI students and to Filippo Boldrin.
It is the team from Italy, Team WHI students. And the bronze medal goes with 40 points to pilot Filippo Boldrin.
Filippo extremely nervous before his qualifying sessions, but look at him now, third place here at CYBATHLON.
In second place, it's another team from Italy. Please give it up for Team WHI. The silver medal with 50 points goes to pilot Francesco Bertella. Interface race sit in the United States. It's Team Pit Crew. And their gold medalist pilot, Philip.
An amazing performance from Philip. Maximum points on the board in the final for BCI. Such an incredible performance. And so much more to come in the future with this technology. Huge round of applause to Pit Crew and, of course, to Philip.
Please give it up for all three teams and the medalists in the brain-computer interface race.
So fantastic to see the results of BCI, and as I mentioned, the final really did go down to the absolute last second for Francesco Bertella to claim second position overall. It was a proper thriller. Okay, we are going to be moving on to our next podium now. It is going to be the podium for the wheelchair race that we saw. And again, Jamie Borisov and the Beast were highly successful. Again, a maximum point score, and I'm sure Jamie would settle for nothing less as well. The harmony between the engineering and the pilot here, because he is the company director, it's such an incredible sight to see, because he is giving all of that feedback immediately to the team around him. He's well aware of what he needs and what he wants, and that was shown in a very dominant final performance. And we'll see the podium for the wheelchair race very shortly, as all the teams line up here at the Swiss Arena to collect their medals and their trophies.
The medals are being presented by 3-time winner of the CYBATHLON wheelchair race, Florian Hauser, and the former team leader of Florian Hauser's wheelchair teams of the Eastern Switzerland University of Applied Sciences, Professor Christian Bermes. In third place, please give it up for the team from Japan, Team OECU in Artex.
Look at the elation and delight here. Magical.
And the bronze medal goes with 60 points to pilot Toshiki Ogura.
It's great to see Florian Hauser there, able to see the teams in action and be there to present. Toshiki got so emotional at the end of his race. Such an achievement for the team. Great to see this communication.
Second place, it is the Swiss team. Please give it up for Team Mobility Enhanced.
For Mobility Enhanced, certainly for their pilot, Rolf Schoch, it's been a busy day out there.
80 points goes to their pilot, Rolf Schoch.
So this will be nice. Rolf will be receiving the trophy from former teammates Florian Hauser. So let's witness this moment. It's a great team effort. And the crowd's absolutely loving it. And now for our winners
of the CYBATHLON 2024 wheelchair race are from Canada. Please give it up for Team BCI Team A+. With the gold standard, 100 points for Jamie Borisov.
That's a really nice touch. So special to have Florian Hauser with us in the arena this evening.
Your medalists and the winning teams in the 2024 CYBATHLON wheelchair race.
So congratulations to BCI Teammate Plus, Mobility Enhanced and OCU Plus Artex, who are our podium sitters here in the wheelchair. confirmation of the results in front of you on the screen as we celebrate the wheelchair race podium for 2024. One more podium celebration to go here, and that is for the final race that we saw, and that is, of course, the exoskeleton. This technology is just moving on. Maybe in the future we will see people walking using the exoskeleton. We're seeing them walking using it right now with Team KAIST. Fantastic technology, which is right now in the here and now, but constantly being developed, and KAIST showed it to their best effect out there today. They really put their technology in true display. The free walking, the agility, the smoothness, although their pilot Kim did mention that he was super nervous before the race. That really did not show though in the final itself. Let's cross out then back onto the floor of the Swiss arena to get ready for and you can see Rorschach is already there to pick up his second medal of the day. As I said, he has been exceptionally busy. We did have, of course, though, 2 remote hubs that were participating in exoskeleton in South Korea and in Thailand. Team KAIST in South Korea and Chiang Mai Exo in Thailand.
And sadly, all good things must come to an end, and this is our last victory ceremony of the day. It is that of the exoskeleton race. The medals in the exoskeleton race will be presented by the co-head of the CYBATHLON and part of the project organising and developing teams since the first CYBATHLON in 2016, Annie Camp. That competed all the way in Thailand. Please give it up for Team Chiang Mai University EXO 2.
It was a superhuman effort to complete the task they did.
With the bronze medal position and 20 points, Virafon Kurapa.
A great performance by Virafon in the final. And the team can be very, very proud of what they've achieved at CYBATHLON this year.
In second place, it is the local team from Switzerland. Please give it up for Team Barilek Enhanced. And the bronze medal goes with 20 points to pilot Rolf Schoch. CYBATHLON Exoskeleton Race, all the way from Korea. Please give it up for Team KAIST. And with an impressive 60 points, gold medal for pilot Sungwon Kim.
Fantastic scenes here from South Korea. What a victory for Team KAIST. Maybe some little people not quite so happy as the others though there. What a team.
Please give it up for the winners and the medalists in this 2024 CYBATHLON Exoskeleton Race.
And there we go, our final podium ceremony here at CYBATHLON 2024. Well-deserved victory for Team KAIST in South Korea. And we celebrate, of course, the exoskeleton podium. The results on your screen there. What a way to round it all off here then, at what has been a truly unique event. Let's cross out then and find our host. She's been our host for the entire weekend and she's done a great job. It is Abby Stevens.
Bex, what can we say? What an experience.
Oh, I know. Don't talk to me about experience. I'm going to bawl my eyes out. It's been mind-blowing, inspiring, humbling, joyful, all of the superlatives I could potentially think of, Abby. It's something that will stay with me for the rest of my life. It's been an incredible experience to work on this event.
I couldn't agree more. And Bex, you had to get the thesaurus out, didn't you, to find more superlatives, because we're going, it's extraordinary, it's wonderful. What other things is incredible, but almost sometimes words don't do it justice.
No, that's right. And they just can't. You know, you have to be here, you have to feel it, you have to see it. Because the way we're describing it, we're trying our best with the words, but there's no language in the world that can describe effectively what we are seeing here, what has been achieved by these pilots and teams. It's quite unbelievable.
It is remarkable, and that brings us to the end of CYBATHLON 2024, an event that truly is one of its kind. Its spirit, its impact will last way beyond these 3 days. Its purpose is to create a more inclusive society, remove barriers and enrich the lives of those living with disabilities. It's a mission that's touched the hearts of so many. We hope you've enjoyed every moment.